Good evening and a very warm welcome to North East Darts TV. And what a treat we've got in store for you this evening. 7 live matches here, 4 quarter-finals, 2 semi-finals and the finals all in one night. Looking at our schedule, we've got the quarter-finals of the lockdown qualifier, £1,000 in the pot, £400 to the winner. And at 6 o'clock, upcoming, we've got Darren Johnson versus Tony Proctor. 6:45, we've got Dave Ladley against Eddie Lovely in the Battle of Humberside. Martin Thomas, our Welsh finalist, takes on Tommy Lishman. And to conclude the quarterfinals, Darren Armstrong of Scotland taking on Leonard Soldier Gates. And that will be around 2:15 Central Time for all you viewers over in the United States. A very warm welcome to yous. And to the right hand side, the projected draw, the semi-finals for the winning players at 9 o'clock and 9:45, with the final being at 10:45 or 4:45 Central Time should Leonard Gates get there. But without further ado, let's take a look at the tail of the tape for our first quarterfinals, Darren Johnson and Tony Proctor. So quarterfinalist number 1, Darren Johnson at 54 years of old. He's one of the favourites coming into this event from Mexborough in South Yorkshire, nicknamed DJ, and he chucks with Harrow Strix 23 gram darts. His career highlights a Pro Tour final. He's been a regular on the PDC Tour over the last decade and a half, and he's also won the Red Tooth National Darts Championship. His route to the finals has been a very consistent one. Semi-finalist in opening round, followed by a runner-up in week 2. Quarter-finalist in the 3rd week, and he went on to win qualifier number 4. He put his feet up for the final week, knowing that he was safely in finals night, and he finished 2nd on the order of merit. He really has got a great chance of going all the way tonight. His opponent, Tony Proctor, at 23 years of age, hometown of Appleby in Cumbria, and he goes by the nickname of Proc. 23 gram unicorn gripper darts, and his career highlights so far is qualifying for tonight's event. He's certainly got the world at his feet in terms of age, so hopefully this will be a great stepping stone to bigger and better things for Proc. His route to the finals started off very well, out of the traps quick with the semi-finals in qualifier 1. He got to the quarter-finals in the 2nd week, and then it got it slightly more difficult with last 32 and the round of 16s in qualifiers 4 and 5. But he made it safely through, finishing 7th on 39 points, and he's got every chance. He's in the mix. Let's get our first quarter-final underway. Both players are ready. So everybody, we've got game on now. Darren Johnson won the bull going off, and he fires away first. DJ in action against Proc. Solid start from both players here. A ton away from Johnson and a 140 for Proctor. Finds the red bit once. And really, Tony Proctor, it's a first look for many on North East Darts TV, but a cracking player. And Darren Johnson, a warm order coming into this match, but it should be closer than what the odds would suggest. Johnson with the throw here, and it's already under pressure from the Cumbrian. In our opening quarterfinals, a marathon night in action here. 7 live matches, 4 quarterfinals, both semis and the final. Proctor down to a double first, 164, and he scores a ton to leave a handy 64 when he returns. How much pressure will he be under? Ton for Johnson, but it's first look for Proctor for a breaker throw early. He wants tops for the opening leg. Slightly above, and Johnson to hold his throw, 92. Will he go the aggressive route or will he go up for the bull? Goes up top for treble 20, treble 17 required. And he's missed it, so Proctor will be back for tops for a breaker throw.
32.
A slow start from DJ. And Proctor for the opening leg.
Gaming 2.
Lands it with his second dart. And that will fill the underdog full of confidence here. The 23-year-old with an 88 average early. A confident start. Johnson will surely go through the gears. He's way better than the 73 average. Almost the first maximum of the match. 2 treble 20s, the third dart dipped into the 5. And DJ has got a game on his hands here.
97.
Good cover shooting there with the last dart on treble 19 for Darren Johnson to remain in the leg.
80.
Darren Johnson, Yorkshireman through and through from Mexborough, near Rotherham in Yorkshire.
100.
60.
45.
Nip and tuck in his second leg. Johnson won't want to let this one get away because it's a race to 6. There is a little bit time to feel your way into the game, but not a lot. And with the standard of these players, you can't give people too much of a lead. So for a 15 dart leg, can he take out a big check out here to continue his momentum? And tidies up nicely, leaving tops. Johnson on 160. And Proctor will be back because the first dart went missing from the treble 20.
60.
And to double his lead, the Cumbrian double top. Successful in the first leg on tops. Lands it again. 2-0 to Proctor. 91 average. Rising is Proctor's average. Johnson rising slightly, but it's going to have to get up towards the 90 mark if he's going to win this one, it would seem. We could have an upset in our first quarter final.
70.
Darren Johnson has been excellent with North East Darts TV in many competitions. A recent one last weekend where he lost 7-6 in the final to Ricky Evans of Kettering, who is of course an established player on the Pro Tour, former World Youth Champion.
140.
55.
Johnson needing to hold a throw here with the advantage and in the red bit. Could this be the first 180 of the match?
123.
60.
So Johnson, despite with a 168, not a check out, you can go out with 3 darts, but he's got time on his side because he's 100 ahead. Looking to just set this one up. The experienced 54-year-old. How much pressure will a 125 be under? Because Proctor's found the red bit with the second dart.
131.
And the treble 17 lands as well. So cracking darts there. Cracking visit from Proctor. 125 going. He goes the 15 route. So treble 20 for the bull. And
53.
Proctor for a 3-0 advantage. And a break to throw once again. A double break this would be for the baby fish. Johnson will be back for 72.
94.
But it's under pressure with that treble 18. Big visit this.
Gave me 2.
And a very professional 72 taken out from DJ. Showed his experience there, showed his class. And he's back in this one. A holder throw it was. But 2-1 from 3-0. A huge difference psychologically. And Proctor look to hold his throw here to take the lead once again by 2 games.
140.
As I said, not many people know Tony Proctor, but I commentated on a game of his in the trial process of this North East Darts TV. He took out a 154 and he was averaging in the 80s. So, massive respect to Tony Proctor, who has very little TV experience.
177.
And he's on fire here. 6 darts gone, 184. Johnson has got a game on his hand. DJ, of course, played in the Pro Tour for many years.
85.
And he claims he's not even the best player in his street because he lives alongside the great Dennis Priestley, 2-time world champion.
134.
91 and 94. Dennis Priestley, the menace. And of course would have won many more titles if it wasn't for a certain Philip Howard Taylor. A real gentleman is Dennis.
96.
For an 11 dart leg, 12 darts will do, 2 8s. Back on 220 is Johnson. He needs to apply the pressure with his visit because Proctor will be back on 16 for a 3-1 lead. Lovely marker to just slide underneath. He's done exactly that. Can he get the third?
100.
Shanghai if he returns, 16 for 3-1.
1-2.
And he gets it, 3-1 to Proctor. And the Cumbrian who plays his Super League out at TBA Club on the way to the Lake Districts. He's claimed to fame. He's beaten Chris Dobie in a competition. We'll mention that as many times as possible. Sorry about that, Chris.
85.
Playing the darts he is. He'll beat a lot more top players as well because he's on fire tonight. 3-1 up against DJ. And he's halfway to victory. DJ won't panic here and he's in control in leg 5. Of course, finished second on the order of merit. He was already qualified going into the 5th and final qualifier, so decided to give it a miss and prepare for the finals night. Will that be a positive or a negative? Because some players prefer the match sharpness of playing, or others can really hone in on their practice board and prepare for the finals. It's each to their own, whatever works for the individual. 176. Be looking to set himself up with a nice 1 or 2 darter here. Another treble of leaf 36.
100.
76 when he returns. How much pressure will a 76 be under? First start drifts into the 1. So to reduce the deficit, he wants treble 20, double 8. Why is it? Lovely marker to slide inside.
60.
Doesn't use the lie or the barrel. But Proctor on a non-finish with 165. Johnson will be back to reduce the deficit.
95.
So DJ needs to make inroads. Can he secure the leg? 2 4s.
Gave me 2.
Lands double 4 for a relieved Yorkshireman, and it's 3-2. 93 average for Tony Proctor and 84 for DJ. The dark horse leading the way here. A very modest 23-year-old. Lovely lad off air when I've spoke with him. And he's doing fantastic in our opener tonight. Three quarter-finals to come. We've got Battle of Humberside coming next. Eddie Lovely against Dave Ladley. That should be a cracker. It's the match of the round for me. Stay with us for that at 6:45. First maximum for Darren Johnson as he looks to level things.
9.
And he's wrestled the throwaway early with that 180. Can he build on that? I was feeling a 9 darter coming on there when that 4th dart went in, but great effort. And he's on 236 after 6 starts. Proctor needs to motor if he's going to extend his lead.
59.
Of course, race to 6 for all of our quarter-finalists. The format increases for our semis to a race to 7 and a best of 15. First to 8 is the final, due on around 10:45 or 4:45 for you Americans watching Central Time over in Texas. 96 for a level game. 38, will he go for it?
58.
That's a great effort there from DJ. Proctor way back, but he might as well go for it because he had time on his side and almost got out of jail there with the first dart going into the 1, but he will be back. Might split it on this occasion. He does exactly that. 2 18s for 3-3.
Give me 3.
And a very tricky double 9 when you're behind in a match. But not for DJ. We've got a level game. Both halfway to victory. And the averages couldn't be closer neither. 87.94 and 88.04. Nothing to split these two. Who's going to be our first man into the semi-finals? DJ with the advantage of throw in leg 7. Off we go.
100.
And a ton away. Momentum firmly with the Yorkshireman right now. Proctor's got to regather his thoughts. Has he saw the winning line too early in this one? A lack of experience perhaps, but DJ motoring through the gears.
$98.
It was a 99 average when he played Ricky Evans and lost in the deciding leg. So we know Johnson's on fire. He's been Mr. Consistent with North East Darts TV since it started 5.5 weeks ago. And it's great to see him live. Big 140 from Proctor to remain in the leg. 176 plays 180, but it's Johnson with first look looking to set himself up with a nice 1 darter.
83.
So Proctor with a 2 treble visit here can apply pressure on the 93. Can he land the 3rd dart in the treble?
100.
100 score to leave 80, so 93. Will he go the bull route or will he go the treble 19 route here? He goes for the 19s, so 74, treble 14 or 18s.
53.
To set up tops if he gets a shot, but Proctor for the lead once again. He wants strays into the treble 5. Wants the bull.
Uh, 55.
And it's DJ for the lead for the first time.
Give me 1.
Timing his run to perfection. And Darren Johnson leads 4-3 here. He's 2 away. The averages remain quality. 88 and 89. Both pushing towards the 90 mark. A standard that's going to have to be achieved That and a bit more if you're going to be coming out victorious tonight, because we've got 8 players in cracking form.
40.
£400 to the winner tonight, £1,000 pot. Well done to everyone associated with North East Darts lockdown tournament, and the players are playing fantastic, doing their
60.
part in quarter-final number 1. Possible 180 here.
121.
You feel a leg that Proctor has to win holding his throw, because 5-3 down
140.
and Johnson's darts, it would be a long way back, but Proctor at 4-all, he just needs to hang on at this stage.
95.
Proctor at 23, played on the development tour, also had a go at Q School, and he's had tilts at the Challenge Tour when it first started this year.
100.
Gathering experience, and he's playing a man in Johnson tonight who started playing his darts in 1990, vast experience
99.
and a quality operator. Will he go the bull on the last dart here? Or is it a lovely lie to nestle alongside the treble 20? He goes the bull route to leave 96. That's smart thinking from DJ. A 2-darter instead of 3. And 146. Lovely first dart, but went straight in the second and third darts, and it's 96 for a 5-3 lead, and to be throwing for the match. Will he go double here? No, he just tidies things up and hope that Proctor misses 63.
56.
Scoreboard pressure, but Proctor needs to take this out. 63, treble 13, looks good to me. 2 12s.
39.
And he's missed 2 darts at double 12. Will that be crucial in the outcome of this result? Double top for 5-3. 2 10s.
20.
Proctor back for 24 after DJ missed 3 darts there. And he's missed a further 3 darts at 12s and 6s. So Johnson, you'd expect to tidy this one up. Give it a second chance. He really needs a third.
Yeah, give me 1.
And makes it 4 legs on the spin from 3-1 down. He now leads 5-3. And throwing for the match now is Darren Johnson. Proctor missing those doubles. Will it play on his mind? He's got to put that to the back of his mind.
59.
Really motor from here. And he's given a squeak because Johnson misses a treble with his first visit at the board. Lovely second dart.
100.
DJ's best result, of course, was
46.
was the winner of qualifier number 4, but he's been consistent throughout, enough to rest up on week 5, which was, of course, Tuesday night. Won by Martin Thomas of Wales. We'll see him later on this evening in quarter-final number 3.
100.
Big leg for Proctor. It's win or go home scenario. We've had the 5 weeks of qualifying. 5-3 down, back against the wall. How will he respond?
$100.
I've only put 10 in there.
Neck and neck here, but Proctor,
Yeah.
he's wrestled the advantage away. 201 and 196, but he's throwing now a look to leave himself a handy finish to remain in the match.
$100.
101. He's the first man down to a finish. But Johnson will look to leave himself a better finish than that.
140.
And he's done exactly that. 56 if and when he returns. Proctor to stay in the match. 9 double 16 is it? Double 16 to stay in it. And very unlucky on the 3-figure checkout. But it's Johnson 56 to wrap things up.
Give me 2.
Quality darts from DJ. Experience showed in the end. He's the first man through to our semi-finals. An 87.5 average against Tony Proctor. 6-3 victory. He's in the semi-finals. We'll see him at 9 o'clock. Will he be playing Dave Ladley or Eddie Lovely? That match is coming up at 6:45, folks. Join us then. And here we are for quarter-final number 2. Player profile for Dave Ladley. Ladders from Scunthorpe at 44 years of age. Getting back to the form of old, because his career highlights was back in 2007 losing to James Wade in the second round of the World Championships. But he's on form, he's red hot at the minute. He uses Red Dragon Freestyle 21-gram darts, and he's also recorded 2 perfect legs, 2 9-dart finishes in his career. It's no mean feat at all. And his route to the finals had been a Qualifier 1 runner-up, quarter-finals in Qualifier 2. He went on to win the 3rd qualifier, quarter-finals in the 4th, and like his good pal Darren Johnson, he put his feet up for Qualifier 5, knowing that he was safely in finals night. 46 point, a point behind DJ in 3rd place, and he's in excellent form. Another front runner coming into tonight. His opponent, and also a good pal of his, Eddie Lovely. Not always easy playing a good pal, but at 52 years of age from Gainsborough, Steady Eddie. And he uses his own personalised 24-gram darts. Cheshire Open champion, Derbyshire Open champion, in a hot year for him in 1998, the year I left school as it goes. Route to the finals, Qualifier 1 and 2 was a slow start, last 16 and last 64. Before he upped the gears in Qualifier 3, reaching the semi-finals, and showed his class once again by reaching quarter-finals in the last 2 of the qualifying rounds, and finished 6th on 39 points. This for me is the tie of the round. It's going to be a classic. So sit back and enjoy this one. The players are ready. Let's get this on. Yes, welcome back, folks. And this one, as mentioned, has the potential to be a real classic. It's the one I'm most looking forward to. Both very evenly matched. It's a red or black scenario. It is a coin flip, heads or tails. Both players know each other's game inside out. That doesn't always work in the favour in terms of quality. Both players to reach this stage play in cracking form. So we should see a real belter.
You to go.
Eddie Duffy won the darts.
Cheers, mate. All
Prior
best.
to going live. He will throw first in this race to 6. Sit back and enjoy this one.
$100. $60.
6 or 7 miles separates the pair. Dave Ladley from Scunthorpe and Eddie Lovely down the road in Gainsborough.
$57.
Despite Ladley only being 44 and Eddie 52, both been playing at the top level for a couple of decades.
140.
Great 140 from Ladders. This opening leg, crucial opening leg. It's one of them, if one player's get away from
60.
with a lead, it's going to be hard to peg back.
$100.
Ladders early pressure, 201 after 9 darts.
$123.
And a beautiful response from Eddie Lovely. Steady Eddie goes by. Not so steady about them arrows.
100.
And turning it down is Ladders. Lovely. For 161. Wants the bull. Great attempt there from
118.
And Ladley for a breaker throw.
$65.
Another great effort there. Wire and double 18 for the opening leg. And can Eddie Lovely tidy up here on 43? It goes the 16s route. 2 16s for the opening leg. Mile away, but one in hand.
27.
And inside double 16 there, so a chance for a break. Dave Ladley. 2 nines.
No score.
And wires the double 9s, so both players offering gifts early.
No score.
And I think with the experience of both players knowing each other's game inside out, they're putting
36 and 2.
lots of pressure on each other,
Okay. Cheers,
on themselves. Mutual respect from both players, and it's Ladley who gets the breaker throw. Forget these averages, they will go up and up and up. It's all about getting over the winning line. Who will join Darren Johnson in the semi-final? Of course, 6-3 victory over Proctor in the first round, who threw everything at him early, and DJ showed his class, showed his experience to get through. Who will join him?
100.
Dave Ladley, a good pal of mine over the last decade and a half. First met him in the bright lights of Las Vegas when the old Desert Classic days. And he's been with his long-term sponsor, Des Comerford, another great gentleman. Hi if you're watching, Des. Been a big support
60.
for Dave Ladley over the years.
$99.
Sponsor, one for the lads, a mental health charity, which Dave is doing a lot of work with as well, with his speeches for the group, giving a bit back to the community about his own personal journey and battles with mental health.
140.
A real great touch from Dave there, and Des, who's very much a community man.
81.
A good saving last treble there to leave himself handy when he returns to double his advantage. 201. How much pressure will the 86 be under?
99.
Not a bad slip there when he went for the bullseye into the 19s, but for a double lead. Once the
46.
to set himself up on tops. I love a bit of Shanghai on 102, but I don't think Eddie Lovely will go that way.
Uh, 91.
1 to 2 11s there for our first big check out of the match. Unfortunate to come inside.
Yeah. Give him one.
And the man from Scunny, Dave Ladley, doubles his advantage. The averages are rising, 83 and 81. Whoever plays DJ in the semi-final, it'll be a mouth-watering occasion, not to be missed at 9 o'clock, that one.
59.
Still plenty of hours left in this one as the third leg gets underway. In a best of 11 contest.
60.
Eddie Lovely's best form came in 1998 when he was the Cheshire and Derbyshire Open, and that would have been a monster field, so to come through that. And he's been a regular on the tour also over the last decade and a half. 20 years of county experience with Lincolnshire, where he's averaged 27 plus throughout that career, and that takes some
60.
doing. So it shows you've got to beat Eddie Lovely. You can't just expect a slip in his performances. He's Mr. Consistent. You've got to go out and take the game. And Dave Ladley at the minute is doing just that.
92.
Proud dad of 3 is Dave. Dan, who's not just his son in his early 20s, but a coach of his. And his 2 princesses, 60. Abby, who's 14, and Evie, who's shown a lot of promise at 6-year-old at the Yockey. Could she be the next Queen of the Palace? The next Fallon Sherrick? We'll certainly monitor her progress over the years.
$58.
Lovely in charge here on 152. Ladley needs a big visit.
121.
So great visit there from Ladley, but it's advantage Eddie. 152, a beautiful check out. 2 treble 20s, double 16 would have been the route.
100.
He's looking to set things up. A very professional ton visit there to leave 52 when he returns. Ladley will just look to apply the pressure.
100.
Halves his score to leave a ton. A 2 darter if he returns, but to get off the mark, Eddie Lovely needs 52. 2 16s. He needs this.
Into.
Nice and coolly done there from 52. And that will relieve a bit of pressure. He's got to break back if he's going to win the match. But Ladley with a 2-1 advantage. Look to hold his throw here. Nothing to separate them in terms of averages.
180.
There's the first maximum of the night for Dave Ladley. First of many, no doubt. He's in fine form.
$100.
Ladley in an early tournament was on a 9-dart finish.
43.
So he is in excellent form coming into this tournament. Finishing a point behind DJ in 3rd place on the order of merit.
125.
Great darts from Eddie Lovely. Nothing in this one in leg 4, but advantage Ladley with the throw. 278 plays 276.
100.
Something special needed here from Eddie. Obliges with the first dart in the lipstick.
100.
Done decent, but not good enough if he's going to make inroads in this leg. Still advantage Ladley. For a 3-1 advantage, he'll look to set things up.
140.
And that's a fantastic 2 treble visit there to leave 38. How much pressure will it be under? 176 going here. In the red bit. Drifts into the treble 1. Looking to tidy things up.
83.
And Ladley, will he go direct for 19s or will he split it? Goes direct. Lovely stack of darts. The way they go in nice and flat for Ladley. He slide it in.
19.
And he split it. So a chance for Lovely to level things. 93 going. Will he go the bull route or the 19s? A man of his experience goes the bull route. And he hits the bull. He wants double 16 for a 93. A classy 93.
In 3.
Brilliant darts there from Eddie Lovely. We've got a level game. A real contest on our hands as expected here. From 2-0 down, comes back to 2-all. And how will Dave Ladley respond? The man who wears a bulldog on his shirt now because he never gives up in a leg. He's got that battling qualities. I've known that for many years personally, but you're about to see that because Ladley
41.
playing with a bit between his teeth against the very classy Eddie Lovely. Brilliant check out that 93. But he won't rest on that. He's looking to take the lead.
$100.
Dave Ladley, 9 years unbeaten for county for Humberside. Didn't play every game with his PDC career sandwiched amongst all that.
59.
Still fantastic in over 20 appearances to be unbeaten. Shows the passion he's got for the game and for his teammates.
140.
His all. Nothing to separate these two here.
Oh, come on. 68.
So a chance here. Dave Ladley with a break of throw 2-6-1. Look to set things up here. First to a finish if he gets a treble.
140.
Classy arrows from Ladley. to leave 1-2-2, 1-2-1 and 3-3-3. He needs to make inroads here, does Eddie? If he's going to hold his throw.
85.
Time on his hands, Dave Ladley, 1-2-1.
Sugar. 29.
Takes his foot off the gas slightly there, but no damage done at this stage because he'll be back for 92. Eddie Lovely needing a biggie.
$58.
And 6 darts from here if needed for Dave Ladley, but he'll want to wrap things up and move on to the leg with his throw and the advantage.
60.
32 when he returns, but how much pressure will it be under now? Because 190 going here for a Lovely.
$140.
Brilliant visit there, and the 32 is under pressure here.
Yeah, 32 and 1.
But Ladley dismisses this. Ladders takes the lead once again. 3-2 up with an 87 average. 85 for Eddie. There's nothing in this one.
121.
Great to see Ladders playing well again. I've seen his class on the Pro Tour. He went through the motions, admittedly, when he went through a few personal
180.
issues at home when his dad took bad. He cared for him for many months and years. And he's using that as a motivation to get back to the top, and he's playing
45.
the best darts he's ever thrown. And it's great to see that from such a family man as Dave. Very proud father.
$180.
Good answer.
Superb from Eddie Lovely. His second 180 of the match to leave 1-4-1 and a potential breaker throw once again. The momentum swinging both directions. Hard to call this one.
45.
And the 180 there, pressurised. Only a 45 there from Ladley. And 1-4-1 to level things up. Like Ladley in the last side, has time on his side and looking to just set things up.
45.
$92.
Six darts for me from a Lovely. Two 8 for a level game.
In 3.
And his checkout finishing is really looking tidy here. We've got a level game. Both players in excellent form. 85 average, plays 90, but the scoreline, it's a level game of 3-all. As we said, a coin toss scenario. It's heading that way. Could we be going to the decider? Ladley responds with a treble 20 here. Brilliant 140 to open things up in leg 7.
100.
Lovely. Two classy players here in action.
$81.
Great times I had in Scunthorpe with Dave and Des. The beloved Hartlepool United were in action in the
45.
Coca-Cola Cup. That shows how long ago it was when it was named that competition. The League Cup, as it's called. And Hartlepool, a smash and grab raid there where we won 2-1 when we were down to 10 men from 1-0 down. And me and Richie Humphreys in the stand. I was getting a dodgy look from the about 7-foot goalkeeper who was injured at the time, Murphy. But with Richie Humphreys by my side, I was feeling confident we could handle the situation.
43.
A real gritty player he was, Richie, back in the day. Eddie Lovely, 180, look to set things up here.
68.
So Ladley really needs to motor here because Lovely on 1-1-2 needs a big visit.
100.
So again, Eddie Lovely outscoring Dave over the last couple of legs and 1-1-2 here. He's got 6 darts at it if required, but it's a beautiful check out. And he lands the first treble 20. Double 6 for 1-1-2.
106.
Not the route he planned for there, and that was the pause. And inside on the double 6. So a tricky one when he returns. How much pressure would it be under on 2-1-3?
$100.
Lost his way slightly in the last leg or two as Dave, but 1-1-3 is a very doable check out if Lovely fluffs his lines here, but two threes here to take the lead. Goes direct at it, shows the confidence. Then he would go 2-2-2, but straight at it.
3.
And he splits it, so Ladley, can he get out of jail in this leg and take the lead? Once again, 1-1-3. Goes the 19s route to leave 94. Treble 18. He misses the second treble, so Eddie Lovely will be back for 1 and double 1 in what is a crucial leg. Both players really feeling it at the minute. So much at stake. Double 1 for 4-3.
Let's go.
Busty scoreline. And Dave Ladley, 2 14s.
Yeah, 28 and 2.
28 and 2 darts. A double-double. And an 83 and an 87. Forget the averages. This is a proper match, everybody.
$85.
And Ladley, if he holds his throwing legs 8 and 10 here, he'll go on and win the match because he's 2 away. He's got the sole break at the minute in the match. Of course, there has been many breaks to throw throughout the match, but only the one break at the minute. And Dave will look to give a bit of breathing space in the legs by taking the 8th leg here and leading 5-3. It would be an uphill task should he do that, but Lovely has battled back well throughout, responded with some very slick checkouts.
100.
Will the pendulum swing back to the man from Gainsborough? Or is Ladders going to join DJ in the semi-final?
60.
Another good pal of his.
$140.
And if you were describing this as a football match, it would be end-to-end stuff here. Cracking darts here on North East Darts TV. The lockdown qualifying
55.
final. Finals night, 7 live games. We've seen 1. 2 more to come. And then the business end of things from 9 o'clock, the semi-finals and the finals. At 10:45 tonight.
$100.
62 to level things up here. Treble 10. He's got 1 dart at it. Or he did have 1 dart at it, but he's missed the big single. Will it be made to pay? Because Ladders on 118 for a 5-3 advantage and a steal in this leg. Still possible. Treble 20. He's missed it, so Eddie will be back on 32, which has proved very fruitful for him. For 4-4. 2 16s.
In 3.
And a lovely mark of that second one. Slides it in nicely. We've got a level game. 4-4. Best of 3 going into this now. In what was a best of 11. Nothing to separate them. And it's back to Eddie Lovely's darts. Steady Eddie.
$60.
How will Ladders respond here? He's given up the lead once again, but only 60 away from Lovely. He'll look to really kick on from here to get over the winning line.
43.
Oh, come on. 1, 2, 3.
Great true treble visit there. In control in the 9th leg. How will Ladley respond?
55.
$140.
And Lovely really turning the screw in this 9 leg. Is he kicking for home at the right time? How will the Bulldog Ladders respond?
60.
Goes astray on the 2nd visit there as he looked to set himself up
80.
with a nice 13 or 14 data. Way back as Ladley needs a 180.
$40.
So with time on his side, Eddie Lovely for 5-4, 98 going, treble 18 for double 12. Looking to set things up, just a single 20 to leave tops.
Oh, you're joking.
And the
53.
angle of the first start there really put him off, but not to worry at the minute. Ladley will look to apply the pressure on 203. He's just the man to do it.
171.
And he's done exactly that. As good of a maximum at this stage to leave 32, but can Lovely take out 45? He wants double 16 for 5-4. Inside 2-8.
29.
And applied the pressure did Ladders with a 171, and he gets a shot for a 5-4 lead of his own.
$16.
And unfortunate to miss that is Ladders and Eddie Lovely both on 16, but it's Lovely who has first crack at it. Double 8. That side of the board has been kind to him to slide inside. He's used his mark as well so far. He's got to do it with the 3rd dart here.
No score.
No score, so pressure at a critical time in this match. And how will Ladders respond?
16 and 2.
5-4 to Dave Ladley. Double 4 to the rescue. And Eddie Lovely, despite all his experience, has really got to get his head around this. Because if he loses the next leg, he's out of the competition at the quarter-final stage, and it'll be
100.
Ladley that advances to take on DJ Darren Johnson in our first semi-final. Ton away for Ladders.
$58.
We talk bounce back ability. Eddie Lovely's done exactly that throughout. Can he do so in this all important 10th leg? Or will Ladders take the game out of his
85.
hands? If you fail a 15 data from here, it'll be good enough, with Lovely getting away with only 58 in his opening visit. But back in the red bit he goes.
99.
$60.
I said this one would be tight, and we're almost going the distance. Could we be going the distance? Because a big visit here for Lovely, and we'll be doing just that. 180 potentially here at the right time.
140.
A 140 to take the advantage, but Ladley on 2-5-6 will still fancy his chances of winning the match from here. Needs a treble though.
60.
And it's advantage Lovely. 204 going against 196, but he's at the board here on the right hand side. The 2 treble visit in the last dart.
100.
And a professional ton again from Lovely. 196 looking to set this one up, his ladders for the match.
60.
And of course, if Lovely breaks here, he will have the advantage. The crucial bull off prior to going live. Will that be a factor? He needs 50. Double 16 for a level game.
72.
And he's missed it, so 136 going for the match. What a way to end it this would be. Lovely will be back on 32.
100.
Pressures it with a ton, but will he get a shot at it for the match? Eddie Lovely, 32 for a level game.
In 1.
Superb game we've got on our hands here. It's going the distance as predicted, and it's Eddie Lovely's darts. 81 plays 85 on the averages. Forget about that. This is a one-leg shootout. Best of luck, gentlemen.
$140.
And timing is run to perfection there. A lovely 2 treble visit. How will ladders respond?
60.
Unable to find a treble, and it's certainly advantage to Steady Eddie. Could he be our second man into the semi-finals
60.
of the lockdown qualifier finals as he edges closer towards the £400 first prize? Third semi-final coming up at 7:30,
100.
folks. A quick turnaround, so stay with us. In the red bit again.
180.
180 in the deciding leg. And a third of the match for Eddie Lovely. How will Ladley respond? Needs a 2 treble visit.
85.
So 6 darts from here for the match.
Come on. 63.
Unfortunate with the treble 18, that would have left double 8 there. It wants 18 for tops here. Looking to just tidy things up with a big single. And he's missed that also.
67.
So pressure shown. A big one needed here for Dave Ladley if he's going to remain in this match and in the competition. And he's doing just that. What a game, folks.
140.
Fantastic from Dave Ladley to pop the question to Eddie Lovely. Can you take out the 54? Because he's on his heels on 116. And again, missing the big single. 2 16s for the match.
Oh, you're joking.
Wrong bed.
36.
And that last visit from Ladley. 116 for the match for Dave Ladley. Needs the treble at the second dart. And he's unable to do that.
100.
Will the ton be good enough to set himself up? Because 2 9s for Lovely for the match. Goes directly for it. 144. Big darts coming up. 4 for the match.
In 3.
Great darts there. Composed finished
Cheers,
on
mate.
18 to finish the match.
Cheers, mate.
Eddie
All the
Lovely's
best.
our second player
We'll
into
give
the
it a go.
semi-finals. Commiserations to Dave Ladley. Very close contest. 2 great pals, of course. And
Cheers.
it's Eddie Lovely who progresses through to the semi-finals. He'll take on Darren Johnson at 9 o'clock. And stay with us, folks, because we've got quarter-final number 3 at 7:30. Don't go away. So welcome back, folks. 2 quarterfinals have been complete. Darren Johnson, a 6-3 victory over Tony Proctor with an 87.5 average. Dave Ladley losing out to Eddie Lovely 6-5 in what was a cracker. 82.41 average for Dave Ladley, but the victor, Eddie Lovely, into the semi-finals with an 85 average. And we're about to see Martin Thomas in action against Tommy Lishman, and of course Darren Armstrong against the American Leonard Gates, still to come at 8:15. But let's see the tail of the tape for our 3rd quarter-final between Martin Thomas and Tommy Lishman. So the top half has been finalised for the semi-finals, but let's take a look at the bottom half of the draw. And our first player, Martin Thomas of Wales, 47-year-old from Aberystwyth, nicknamed Tomo, Unicorn, Silver Star, 23-gram darts, and they're certainly flying red hot at the minute. His career highlights is winning his Nans Memorial competition, very heartwarming competition that must have been for Tomo for that. En route to the finals, he didn't enter week 1, but he was certainly on fire for the rest of it. Winner of Qualifier 2 and 5, our only representative tonight that's won 2 heats coming into finals night. And sandwiched in between that was a quarter-final run in Qualifier 3 and a semi-final in Qualifier 4. So, as you'd expect, sitting top of the tree in qualification on 50 points, the very proud Martin Thomas. His opponent, final touches on practice darts here for Martin Thomas and Tommy Lishman.
Martin. Aye, all the best to you too, but
Martin Thomas from Wales. He's got an English flag there.
Yeah, it's probably not
we
best
won't
in
be
11.
taking too kindly to that.
Right, I've had
Tommy
6.
Lishman has won the ball prior to going off. It was pivotal in
Aye, all
the
the best,
final
bud.
leg of our last match between Eddie
You still
Lovely
there,
and
Matt?
Dave Ladley.
Thank you, yeah.
Will we have another close one? Off we go.
All the best, Martin. You too, bud.
We've got our top seed against 8th qualifier.
57.
Will that prove to be an advantage for our table topper, Martin Thomas, who's in excellent form with North East Darts TV? But Tommy Lishman, fantastic in qualifying.
140.
Two impressive latter stage in qualifier 4 and 5. Beat Davy Prince. I noticed a notable scalp there in the last qualifier to edge into
41.
8th place. Some real top players that have missed out on this, so impressive stuff from Lishman. A player I've not seen a lot of, but this is what North East Darts is all about. It's about bringing players to the fore, giving people an opportunity to really express their game. And in Lishman, an improving player, is looking to do that here.
38. No, 48, sorry.
So we're up to speed here in the opening leg.
170.
A fantastic 170 on the right there from Tommy Lishman. But it's Martin Thomas who wants tops for the opening
Good
leg. And a confident start from the Welshman.
You so good.
115 average early doors. A player since the lockdown began has really improved his game. And that will certainly fill him full of confidence when he returns to the Challenge Tour. And of course local competitions around the doors.
$121.
Great start in this leg 2 from both players. And again, finding the red bit. Great grouping from Thomas. And Lishman looking to back up his opening 2 treble visit with another one.
40. Again.
It's advantage Thomas in leg 2 here.
$140. Good.
Apologies, folks. Back with the action now.
Yeah, good outward. $139.
Whew, so here we are back with the action now. 2-0 to Thomas. And a double treble visit away there from Lishman as he looks to get back in this one. A leg you feel that he's got to take if he's going to
137.
remain in the match here, because from 3-0 down against a player with such confidence and in fine form, it'll be a long way back from 3-0, but he's very talented, is Lishman. He's hit a 9-darter previous, so a man who does request perfection.
Get it. 85.
First to a finish on 140, Martin Thomas back on 300. And looking to set himself up with a tops finish here with a professional ton. And the second dart looks good.
100.
And he's done exactly that. So Martin Thomas looking to keep him honest here with a big score to pressure the 40. And as we've seen a lot of Martin Thomas on North East Darts TV, when he does drift into the treble 5 and the treble 1, he's very good at adjusting.
Oh, 30 score.
And very tight inside both double top and 10 for Lishman. And for a steal and a 3-0 advantage, Martin Thomas wants 112, 92 going, treble 20. Oh, he's hit the 5 of the first dart, so Lishman will be back for 10. A tricky double when you're 2-0 behind.
88 left.
2 5s for 2-1. 2 2s.
Oh, 6 score.
And he's putting pressure on himself here. Digging himself a deeper hole, Martin Thomas. 68. Will he go 11 bullseye here? Wants the ball. I think that's crept in. And Lishman will be back to reduce the arrears. Gets another chance at it.
Game in 1 dart.
And a very composed finish in the end. Took a little bit extra time and that was what was required. And it's 2-1. 89 and 85 averages. And it's Thomas at the board, looking to make it 3-1. And a very good scoreline away with a 140. How will Lishman reply? Very good leg on scoring with his last leg.
100.
And he'd be relieved to get off the mark. He's in this contest. Still all to play for in a race to 6, of course. Who will be the first player from the bottom half of the draw to reach the semi-finals.
140.
181 with a maximum for Martin Thomas. Oh, 140 for Thomas, sorry. Still a very good visit. And he's got the advantage. And a treble 17 there to leave 130. 261 for Lishman.
131.
Both finding treble 17 well to leave the baby fish. But it's Thomas who has first attempt at it. And he comes up dry on the trebles. So Lishman will now have an attempt. As Thomas halves his score there to leave 65. For a level game. Wants the bull.
Oh, dear me. 95.
Mile away. And will he be made to pay? 65 going. Double top for 3-1.
Yeah.
Has it crept in?
Yeah,
It certainly
good darts,
has. Good darts from Martin Thomas there. Increases his advantage to 2 games once again. And he's halfway there. Darren Armstrong and Leonard Gates coming up next to finish off the quarterfinals. But who will the winner of that play? Will it be Thomas or will it be
95.
Lishman? 91 average apiece. This is a high quality quarterfinal. So Lishman looking to keep Thomas honest by holding his throw here.
59.
Another one psychologically 4-1 or 3-2, a massive difference. So a key leg here for the Englishman. Player who's played PDC World Youth Championships
134.
and Development Tour as he looks to progress his career. And Northeast Darts TV is the perfect platform to improve that while the lockdown's going on and beyond.
139. Get it.
Another good 2 treble visit there to leave 74 when he returns because Thomas on 201 can't check out. He's gone the 18s route. Wants tops for 3-2.
34 scored.
I'm very close there. Wires double top and 161. This will be a quality finish for anybody. Double top
Game and
now.
won that.
And he takes it out 3-2. We've got a game on our hands, folks. Martin Thomas with the advantage, but hot on his heels is Lishman. Thomas, of course, our only player to win 2 of the 5 qualifiers to get here. The second and final qualifier. He's match hard and he's match sharp.
96.
And he would be favourite coming into this match, such as the form that he's in. But Lishman, not to be underestimated, like we say, a very, very class act.
Oh, come on. 81.
That has a hunger to go to the very top of the game. Beautiful group in there from Martin Thomas.
$134.
And fantastic cover shooting of his own there from Lishman. This one's tied 206, 190. And Thomas with the advantage of throw on the left-hand side of the screen. Really making hay in this leg.
138.
And the treble 19s are working. And now the treble 20s are working for Lishman. So warming to the task nicely after a slow start. And I say a slow start, the averages have rarely dropped below 88. They're in the 90s. Both players playing excellent here.
Get it. Gave him 3 darts.
Great shot on double 10 there. We've got a level game.
Yeah,
All quarterfinals have been really tight. And this one's no difference. It's 3-all, 89 average, plays 93. And Lishman, excellent last couple of legs there from 3-1 down. Martin Thomas, food for thought going into the second half of this match if he wants to be the first player in the bottom half of the draw to get into the semi-final.
100.
Lishman at the board with the advantage here.
$140. Get it.
Great 140. We hear a bit of emotion there from Lishman. Really wants to progress here. It means so much to both players, of course. Martin Thomas, a proud coach with the youth back home.
Oh,
His hometown
55.
of Aberystwyth. Beautiful part of Wales. So to set up what could be a lead for the first time, Tommy Lishman on 206.
100.
And he's down to a finish first, but Thomas with a big score could be on an even better finish, you would have thought. And he gets a good treble 19 cover shot. Is it 2 that's gone in there? It's just the 1. So Lishman 106 going, still holds the advantage here. He wants tops for 4-3. Takes a breath.
Get it. Gave him 3 darts.
106 check out.
Cheers, Bob.
He's really stepped on the gas as Lishman from 2-0 down. 94 average and rising. This is a fantastic performance. It's the performance of the round so far amongst the 3 games that we've played. Can Thomas respond from 2-0? He's now 4-3 behind. The win machine, that is Martin Thomas.
$57.
And it's advantage Thomas here because a trebleless visit from Lishman and a 140 away from Thomas plus these. And that looks like a biggie too. And a 180, the first of the match.
60.
It's been a 180 machine on North East Darts TV, and it surely will be the first of many if he progresses.
$41.
And Lishman gone to sleep in this leg, having taken the lead for the first time. And Thomas is the man to trample all over that if he sniffs an opportunity.
$99.
So Thomas with time on his side to level things up. In a race to 6, looking for 2 12s for 4-4. And that looks good to me.
Good darts. Great leg.
Great leg of darts there for Martin Thomas. And it's a best of 3.
Second dart, would you?
As we look for our third player into the semi-final, who will join DJ Darren Johnson and Eddie Lovely in the semi-finals.
97.
Great cover shooting there from Tommy Lishman. If he holds his throw in leg 9 and 11, he's in the semi-finals. Easier said than done, of course, because Thomas hot on his heels. When a player has so much of a winning mentality, They just never go away. They never make things easy for the player who has the advantage.
140.
But Lishman switches back on after a quiet leg in his last leg. But Thomas, of course, took the game out of his hands with an impressive 11 dart leg.
$100.
In control in leg 9. 9 darts gone and 164 remaining. Thomas Weir back on 397.
$54.
110 when he returns. But Thomas applying the pressure here with a treble 20. Looking to stack it. And it's drifted into the 1, I think. So time on his side here for Lishman. He's got 6 darts at 110. The first treble goes in. So
There's a big 50.
misses the big 10 to leave tops. So looking to tidy things up with a 3 here to leave double 16.
11, 20, 86 scored.
86 scored. He prefers the 12s route. Of course, everybody has their own favourite darts at a double. And he prefers 12s to 16s, does Lishman. For the lead once again in 5-4. 2 6s.
Get it. Gave him 3 darts.
And what a big dart that was on double 3. Takes the lead.
Cheers, mate.
And how will Thomas respond? He's got to win this leg.
$180.
And a 180 at the crucial time here. Fantastic from Lishman. Motor into the winning line. But what a response from Thomas.
$140.
Oh, the 9 darter was on momentarily. 181 though will do from here if Thomas can't take this leg. We've got Tommy Lishman, who has got 6 darts from here for the match.
$64.
Finds the 25 of the last visit. How much pressure will a 117 be under? For the match, 117. He's had a 106 already. Treble 19. He wants tops. For the match.
97.
And an unfortunate last start there. And 142 to remain in the match for Thomas. 62 going, treble 10. He gets it. Pressure on this 20 now. Tommy Lishman for the match.
Yeah, gave him 1 dart.
Secures it with the first dart. And he's into the semi-finals.
Cheers,
Tommy
pal.
Lishman
Thanks a lot,
takes
mate.
out Martin
Fantastic
Thomas. In what's a minor upset
Cheers,
here.
pal.
6-4,
Thanks a lot, bud.
92.52 average. He's into the
Cheers,
semi-finals.
pal.
Join us
Cheers, mate. Thanks
at
a lot, pal.
8:15
Cheers, bud.
to see who gets there. Will it be
See you
Darren
later, mate.
Armstrong or
Ta-ra,
Ladley
pal.
Gates? Tommy Lishman, impressive stuff there. welcome back everybody for a final quarter-final match. So far we've seen Darren Johnson 6-3 over Tony Proctor. Dave Ladley lost out in an epic against Eddie Lovely 6-5. That is our first semi-final, Darren Johnson and Eddie Lovely at 9 o'clock. And Martin Thomas lost out to Tommy Lishman in the performance of the round so far in terms of averages with 92.52 for Lishman. That's a statement of intent for his title credentials coming into this. And Darren Armstrong of Scotland taking on Leonard Gates any minute now. The tail of the tape for both players. Starting off with Darren Armstrong. So welcome back. And our final quarter-finalist players profile. Darren Armstrong of Scotland at 44. Throws with Gary Anderson 24-gram darts. His nickname, the 9-dart Dazzler. Hit a 9-darter in competition and a Moffat Pairs finalist from Newcastleton. And his route to the finals. It started off slowly for Darren with last 64 appearances in the opening 2 rounds, but it gathered momentum from there. Quarter-final number 3 in the third qualifier and runner-up in qualifiers 4 and 5 to cement his place at the midpoint on the order of merit, 4th place on 43 points. And it was an exceptional run to those finals in qualifiers number 4 and 5. Could be a dark horse tonight, is Darren. Really looking forward to seeing him in action for the first time. His opponent from across the pond in America, Leonard Gates at 49, and he is a real superstar. Box office, this lad from Houston, Texas, nicknamed Soldier. And his career highlights, he's played on TV 3 times. Also recorded a 9-darter with a double start with a soft tip where he's a star across the world in that format. His route to the finals. Qualifier 1 started off slowly with a last 64. And a quarter-finalist in Qualifier 2. He was runner-up in Qualifier 3. And a semi-finalist in Qualifier 5, finishing 5th on 41 points. He uses his own personalised darts. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing the American in action. He really is quality, Leonard Gates. So to conclude the quarter-final lineup, the semi-final lineup, quarter-final number 4, the players are ready. Let's get this one underway. So welcome everybody from the United States who's watching, and also north of the border or on the borders for Darren Armstrong's fans, who will join Tommy Lishman in the semi-final. Our final quarter-final about to get underway. This should be a close one, as all quarter-finals have been tonight. I hope you're all enjoying this as much as me back at home. Leonard Gates hit the bullseye before we went live, and he will have the advantage in the opening leg. Players about to get underway. Best of luck to both players.
All right, all the best. You well.
All the best, man. Good luck.
The Lockdown Qualifier Finals, quarter-final number 4. It's Soldier Gates to get us underway.
30.
60.
An edgy start from both players so far, but one thing's for sure, the standard will rise.
100.
First treble for Leonard Gates with a ton. And Armstrong finding his range very quick also.
100.
45.
It's my first look at Darren Armstrong. I've been very much looking forward to watching him play. And Leonard Gates has been regular on North East Darts TV. He is box office, by the way.
40.
Real pedigree in the game of darts. A soft tip superstar in North America, in Asia,
60.
and in Europe. Darren Armstrong in the early stages of his career, looking to make a name for himself.
80.
And it's taken out names like Leonard Gates that would help him along that way. So 266 for Gates. He stays up top on his first start.
92.
A nice cover shot there. He's not down to a double yet, but Armstrong, if he doesn't get a treble here, it'll still be advantage to the American.
59.
So both hovering around the 200 mark here, looking to set things up nicely.
134.
And Leonard Gates has done just that to leave tops in the opening leg for a hold of throw, but Darren Armstrong in the red bit. 2 treble 20s, he'll go 2 or 10.
1, 2, 2.
Leaves himself tops also, so Leonard Gates for the opening leg.
$40-2.
It's first blood to the
Go.
American with a neat double 10 to take the advantage after a slow start scoring wise. He won't matter about that. He's got the advantage. He's off the mark. How will the Scotsman reply?
96.
And from what I see of Darren Armstrong early, the darts go in lovely, so we should have a cracking game on our hands here. Nip and tuck early, both
95.
leaving tops in the first leg. If it continues like that, like all 4 quarterfinals, it should be a classic.
28. Come on.
To take advantage of that sloppy 28th, Leonard Gates at the board.
100.
A ton of weight has not done too much damage as long as Armstrong can get a biggie here. Look to tidy it up with a second one as well.
100.
So Leonard Gates on 306 should start off on the 19s. He stays up top. The American goes his own way.
94.
And that cover shooting on treble 18s has been very profitable early doors here. Armstrong looking to get a foothold in the match and get off the mark.
59.
But he's going to have to find his trebles if he's going to do that, because Leonard Gates having the advantage early doors for a breaker throw.
100.
And a very timely last treble there with his final dart to leave 112. He's first to a double. Armstrong with a lovely marker just above the bed here. Doesn't use the marker.
58.
And 1-1-2 for a 2-0 advantage.
$112-3.
Classy finish there.
Good luck.
First 3-figure check out of the match, and Leonard Gates certainly stamping his authority on this quarterfinals, an 85 average, but it's going up. And Armstrong needs a positive leg here to remain in this match.
100.
Playing very fluid is Leonard Gates, very fluent. And Armstrong finding 2 trebles, could it be 3?
136.
Replies well with 2 trebles. The American, of course, made his debut with the PDC at the
81.
World Series event in Las Vegas. The North American Championships.
140.
Great 140 from Darren Armstrong. Yes, lost out to Rob Cross on that occasion, 6-0. A 91 average, certainly did very well, but it was the performance of the
125.
round by Rob Cross with a 101 average. Given very little opportunity to get into the game. But real box office is Gates, as
140.
mentioned. Very well respected and very well liked around North America. And Darren Armstrong will be back for
93.
85 to get his first leg of the match. And he's missed the big 20 to leave the bullseye.
3 darts on the ball.
Oh, he's got it actually.
Right.
Crept in the 20 in the second dart. My apologies, and that was a very timely bullseye. He's off the mark, Darren Armstrong. It's game on here. A breaker throw, and if he holds his throw here, we've got a level game at 2-all, folks. A quality bullseye there from Armstrong. The man who plays Cumbria County A darts. And a very successful player at that, at County A level. He's won 6 out of 7 matches
44. Come on, man.
in this stop-start season due to the lockdown. But to win 6 out of 7 County A matches, you've got to be a quality player. and Armstrong is certainly
140.
that. The American with a 2 treble visit, 3-6-1, off the mark very well in leg 4 as he looks to respond, to break back.
85.
Has that got the Americans back up that bullseye finish? Is that going to trigger Gates into his A game?
100.
$45.
Armstrong, who has taken the game a lot more seriously over the last 6 months, really applying himself and looking to make a name for himself in the game. The early stages of that in
60.
the first 6 months, but we're starting to see results already.
$100.
So despite Armstrong starting the leg first, it's Leonard Gates who's down to 201 and he's throwing now
85.
and a big treble to leave 116. He's first to a finish, but Armstrong here look to wrestle back his throw.
60.
Only 60, so Leonard Gates 116 for 3-1 and a back-to-back breaker throws. He wants 19, double top for 116.
116 in 3.
Superb darts there,
Good job.
and the second 3-figure checkout of the match. A 92 average. Classy stuff from the American. I told you his box office. That was a brilliant finish there. Leonard Gates, who, if you check on YouTube,
125.
through an amazing 9-dart finish with a double start from the soft tip, double top start, and a 161 to finish. It really was excellent stuff, that.
121.
A player who loves the game of darts. A real passion for it.
100.
And Darren Armstrong, who, like many players who used to just playing 1 or 2 nights a week, to have this lockdown, they're having
59.
tournament matches, big matches every night of the week. They really are sharpening their games up here, and they're doing it right here on North East Darts TV.
84.
$121.
Great 2 treble finish there, but it's 192. It's Leonard Gates with the advantage of throw, and he's 8 in front plus these, looking to set himself up.
180.
And he's done that with his first maximum of the match to leave double 6. Darren Armstrong, how will he respond? He drifts into the treble 5.
95.
Big last treble, give himself a chance at 105 if Gates messes his lines. Down for double 3.
6.
And 6 scored. So that last treble could prove crucial for Darren Armstrong to leave 105. Treble 15. And he's missed it. So Leonard Gates will be back for 4-1.
Jesus. 45, 55, 60. 80 scored.
So a tricky one here. Double 3. Or will he split it? Knowing the American, he'll go for it directly.
6 and
He's done
1.
that. And he's hit it first start. 4-1 lead.
Sure.
Armstrong certainly needs to up his game now if he's going to stay in this match, because Leonard Gates, relentless, maintain his average on 92, and Armstrong will have to get into the 90s if he's going to get back in this one. He's not playing badly, but Gates is just playing very solid.
44.
And here on North East Darts TV, one of our first milestones achieved. We've reached over 1,000 subscribers.
100.
So thank you very much for everybody's support. Thanks for tuning in tonight. I hope you're enjoying it. We've had 4 quarterfinals of the highest quality, and we've got semi-finals and finals to come at 9 o'clock and 9:45. The final at 10:45, everybody.
26.
If you're not already subscribed, please subscribe. It takes a couple of seconds, and it's all free.
140.
140. Relentless stuff from the American. Looking to hold his throw here. A big leg. If he's going to hang on to the coattails of the
99.
American.
140.
And not giving him an inch there with another 140. 1-2-1 after 9 darts. Putting real pressure on the man
60.
from Cumbria. So misses the treble with a second dart.
57.
So he sets himself up with 64. How much pressure will that be on? Because Armstrong needs a biggie. With the throw, remember here, this will be another breaker throw to the American.
45.
And can't find the treble. And from his voice as he gives the score off, Darren Armstrong really suffering here in terms of trying too hard perhaps.
48.
But a sniff here. An outside chance of 157. Gets the first treble. Wants treble 19. Gets it for double top. A massive dart in this match. And a great attempt. Just misses out on double top. And to twist the knife, Leonard Gates needs 16. 2-8.
Oh, 12.
And after that great attempt from Armstrong, he gets a second pop at it because he'll be back for tops here. Lovely marker. And again, he needs to get this in, slide it underneath.
Oh, come on, man.
Pulls it.
40.
And another low check out, Leonard Gates. It doesn't matter if he gets the leg.
Check. First dart.
And the first dart lands in. Extends his lead. He's one away, the American, to join Tommy Lishman in the semi-final in this bottom half of the draw. The £1,000 pot, £400 to the winner. And he's one away from getting closer to that first prize.
180.
And a 180, second of the match. And he wants this job done in this leg.
45.
It really has been a beating, unfortunately, for Armstrong. He's got the class to come back.
100.
Man who's hit a 9-darter in the Queen's Head in Gretna back in 2017. And a Moffat Pairs partner, Stuart Dinnell. Hi to Stu if you're watching and cheering on your man, Darren. He'll be back, he's got the quality. But at the minute, it's Leonard Gates who looks like he's going to be advancing to the semi-finals. Our first semi-final coming up, of course.
59.
At 9 o'clock, DJ Darren Johnson against Steady Eddie Lovely. And that one will be really close as well. The format will be raised to best of 13. So please join us for that at 9 o'clock on the hour.
$98.
A very polished last treble there to leave 64 for the American. And back home in Texas, he'll be able to put his feet up momentarily as he's in the second semi-final if he gets this winning double here.
Check. Third dart.
Takes 64 out of 3. Gets the job done at the first attempt. Very tidy finish. The Americans in form. So is Tommy Lishman.
Yeah.
What a semi-final we've got in prospect at 9:45 in the second semi-final.
All the best.
Darren Armstrong, well done in reaching this
Thank you.
stage. His day will come, I'm sure. But it's Leonard Gates who gets through to the semi-final. And what a semi-final lineup we've got in store. Please join us at 9 o'clock for that one. So welcome back. And our final quarter-finalist players profile, Darren Armstrong of Scotland at 44. Throws with Gary Anderson. Welcome back to North East Darts TV, everybody. And our 4 quarter-finals are now complete, and we move into the semi-finals. 8 have become 4. Darren Johnson, our first man into the semi-finals, with an 87.5 average against Tony Proctor, who threw the kitchen sink at him early doors, but Darren Johnson showed his class, showed his experience, and advanced to the semi-final, where he takes on Eddie Lovely, who was involved in a real scrap against Dave Ladley. He went to the wire, as we expected. That was the tie of the round, in my opinion, and Lovely produced the goods when it mattered. He's in the semi-final to take on DJ in a moment. And then the 2 biggest averages of the round came from Tommy Lishman, an impressive 6-4 win over Martin Thomas, and Leonard Gates, a 6-1 victory. Slick stuff from the American. He's in our second semi-final, which is at 9:45. But sit back, everybody. We've got Darren Johnson and Eddie Lovely about to begin. Last few darts going in our warm-up preparation. 2 lads again who know each other's game inside out. It's all on the night, this one. There's very little to separate them. And as we can see by the asterisks above Eddie Lovely, that denotes who has the throw and the advantage in the current leg. It's the opening leg. It's Eddie's dart. Game on.
$42.
Slow start from Eddie. And what is a race to 7 now, so plenty time
95.
to click into gear. Darren Johnson, very consistent on his route to finals night. 2nd place was Darren Johnson.
99.
In qualifying, just behind top spot Martin Thomas. But of course he missed the final night, which would have gained him points. So the form horse coming into this one.
81.
Eddie Lovely, been around, as we mentioned, in our quarterfinals. 20 years of county experience. Averaging over 27 throughout his career. Both players very consistent. They've got to be
100.
to reach this stage of the competition. Some flashy averages from DJ in other competitions on North East Darts TV in the mid to high 90s. Are we going to see flashes of brilliance from DJ and winning the title? Or has Eddie Lovely got something to say about it? I'm sure he has.
$60.
So with an opportunity for a break here with a big score, 2-2-5 going against Lovely on 200.
That's 42.
And a deep breath there from Darren Johnson with that last dart straight into 1. He'd be disappointed with that. And Eddie Lovely, it's back to advantage to the man from Gainsborough.
Come on. $84.
Classy last dart on the cover shooting on treble 19.
$100.
A ton to leave 83, but Eddie Lovely for a 116 to hold his throw and take the advantage. Needs the treble with his second dart to slide underneath. He's unable to do that, so DJ will be back for 83.
60.
56 if he gets an opportunity, but DJ, in the form he's in, will fancy this 83. 16 for Bull, or the treble 16 to leave double 9. The flight is blocking to see where it's went. It was 36. In the single. And the dart was pulled on the bullseye attempt. So 56 for a holder throw for Eddie Lovely. – He wants tops.
In 3.
2 10s, and he gets off the mark at his first attempt with 3 darts in hand from 56. Again, forget about the averages early. It'll rise and rise with the quality that we've got in front of us right here. DJ throwing to level things up. Eddie Lovely will be looking to break to take a stranglehold early in this one. Let's see how this second leg unfolds.
$180.
First maximum of the night to Darren Johnson. The proud Yorkshireman off the mark on the 180 count. Yorkshireman through and through.
$100.
So DJ, can we get a 9 dart finish live on North East Darts TV? Not on this occasion, but I'm sure we'll get a few more attempts as the night develops. It's the first semi-final of the lockdown qualifier finals. The second semi-final to come at 9:45. Tommy Lishman against Leonard Gates, our American challenger, who wowed everybody with a 6-1 performance against Darren Armstrong in the quarterfinals. He's hot to trot,
55.
and he's up against a man who's also in fine form with the highest average of the quarterfinals, Tommy Lishman. Impressive in his last few qualifiers, and he's backed that up tonight in the quarterfinals by beating Martin Thomas, our top seed. But who will be the first man into the final? Will it be DJ, Darren Johnson, or Steady Eddie Lovely? We'll soon find out, everybody. It's a race to 7.
59.
So swimming in treacle here is Eddie Lovely as Darren Johnson looks to level things up, set things up. 192 going.
60.
Again, like Eddie Lovely's first match against Dave Ladley, both players know each other's game inside out, and the mutual respect must be massive. And I think that can have an effect on people, on players' performances when they play each other like this.
83.
They'll certainly warm to the task, but early doors, they do tend to feel it a bit. Lovely treble 20 there. Does he want 2 6s for a 1-3-2?
Give me 3.
Unbelievable darts there from Darren Johnson. Goes the aggressive route with Eddie Lovely back on 194. He didn't have to go the bull route on that one, and he took it out with great execution. Bit of vavavoom there from DJ. It's 1-all. Third leg Eddie's darts.
$100.
We mentioned it was 1998 when he won 2 titles, the Derbyshire Open and Cheshire Open for Eddie Lovely. But you imagine the man's consistency as mentioned with his county darts. He must have been thereabouts in many, many competitions over the last few decades. A real tough customer to play off on the floor. A real tough customer. Darren Johnson's been on the big stage, performed in the PDC.
97.
And he'll be looking to get his tour card back in January. Best of luck to Darren in his pursuit for that. And of course, Eddie no doubt will be going for that. Still playing averages that'll match anyone in the PDC. And he's back in the red bit here as he looks to extend his advantage in the match. He led 1-0. Can he lead 2-1?
140.
A nice 140 to leave 164. He's the first to a finish.
$42.
Both players holding their own throw well at the minute. The early stages of this one. The best of 11 gives you a little time to feel your way into the match. Best of 7, first to 7, sorry, gives you a little bit more of an opportunity. He wants the ball for 164.
132.
And shows the respect there to Darren Johnson by avoiding the bull shot, the big check out, the third highest check out available. just sets himself up with 32. Despite Johnson being on 299, it's all about the win for Eddie tonight. Showed his experience there, and 32 for a 2-1 lead.
In one.
Very focused starts from Eddie Lovely. Impressive stuff. And he takes the lead. He's upped his average to 85 with that impressive leg. And Darren Johnson will look to reply once again. We're on throw.
$60.
And Lovely looking to continue his impressive run after the closing stages of that leg. To break the throw for the first time. He's in the red bit again.
$81.
2 maximums for Eddie Lovely in his 6-5 win over Dave Ladley. Only the 1 maximum for Darren Johnson.
61.
It was more of a workmanlike performance from Darren Johnson in the quarterfinals. As we mentioned, Tony Proctor on his debut in a finals night did very well. He could hold his head up very proudly. He threw the kitchen sink at DJ early doors, but Johnson had enough in the tank to get through with 6-3. And it's all about timing your run to perfection. It's not about playing your A game in the quarterfinals. He's got the experience, and he'll look to produce it in the semi-finals and finals. And it's the second maximum of the game from DJ. And he's on 200 with Lovely back on 320, but at the board here as he looks to respond. And he's in the lipstick. What a game we've got here, folks.
140.
Quality games all night here on North East Darts TV. It's our 5th game of the night. 2 more to come, of course, the second semi-final and the final. The final at 10:45. Don't miss it.
40.
Will it be Johnson or will it be Eddie Lovely? And will it be Soldier Leonard Gates or will it be Tommy Lishman? We'll soon find out on that one too. But first things first, our first finalist. Who will it come? Will it be Darren Johnson or Eddie Lovely?
$95.
Would have wanted the treble 20 there with his last dart to leave tops, but 85 is still a nice finish for him. And he'll get an opportunity at it because DJ missed the first start of the treble 20 on the 160. That would have been a big money shot. And 85 for a 3-1 lead. DJ poised on 60 with a nice 2 darter. He wants tops for 3-1.
$65.
Pulls it and Darren Johnson has a shot at 60 for a level game.
Yeah, game into 3, sorry.
Big dart in the context of the match, that with his final dart. And we've got a level game. Big dart that from DJ, 3-1 or 2-2. And that will really hurt Eddie Lovely, who had an opportunity for 3-1. But with a man of that experience,
57.
we'll put that to the back of his mind and look to hold his own throw here. DJ will clearly go through the gears. Will he do it at this attempt?
41.
Will he take the lead for the first time here? Or is Eddie Lovely going to maintain his throw advantage, as he has done in legs 1 and 3 already?
Come on. 57.
We mentioned with Darren Johnson,
41.
he hasn't even got bragging rights in his street, as Dennis Priestley lives a few doors down. The 91 and 94 world champion, the first PDC winner, of course. So street cred out the window there for Darren Johnson if he can't
100.
even be the best player in his street. Jokingly, of course. A quality operator.
100.
Come on, DJ, pull your finger out. Bragging rights in Mexborough at stake. Legend that is Dennis the Menace Priestley.
100.
Eddie Lovely going about his business well on his own visit. 187.
Oh, man. 66.
And the way things are heading, it looks like a 3-2 advantage for Eddie Lovely. He'll be looking to tidy this up in 6 starts here. 187 going. What will he be left on after this visit?
60.
Made little inroads there with a trebleless visit. 127. And Darren Johnson, the door is ajar for him here.
55.
Can only follow up with 55. So Lovely in command for a 3-2 advantage here. 127 and 6 at it if required. Needs 67. He wants double 8 for a 127 and a 3-2 lead.
111.
Great attempt there from Eddie Lovely. And I think if he'd missed the treble 17, he would have done the same again and left 32.
94.
But the treble was landed, and unfortunate with a double 8 for a big check out. 127, but 16 going for 3-2. And that side of the board again, proving very fruitful for him. He leads 3-2. 85 average against Johnson, who's way better than 78. Sure will respond and take us to the trenches in our first semi-final. Looks good.
180.
Third maximum for DJ. And again, performing very well on his own visit. When will he get a grip of the Eddie Lovely throw and take the lead for the first time, or is Lovely going to stay in command?
57.
Go on, Darren. We'd love to see a 9 data. Boo, not at this time.
60.
I'm sure we were all saying that at home. The boos ring out.
$100.
So Darren Johnson, 2-6-1 after 6 starts, are looking to set up a check out from here.
140.
Great darts there. 1-2-1 after 9 darts, and Eddie Lovely way back again. Each player with the throw, holding the advantage fairly comfortable as we reach the midpoint of our first semi-final. £1,000 tournament here at North East Darts TV. The lockdown qualifier
140.
event. £400 to our winner. Who's going to be the first man to guarantee at least £200 by reaching the final? Anyone's guess at this stage. Both players playing very well.
77.
How much pressure will the 44 be under here? Lovely first start in the treble 20. And again with a second. 84 left to leave 24.
180.
Timely maximum for Eddie Lovely to leave 24. Darren Johnson to tidy up on 44 for a level game. He wants 2 16s.
In 3.
And didn't flack out with a 180 scored from Eddie Lovely. Darren Johnson levels matters at 3-all. Superb darts from both players in that leg. And we've got a game on our hands for sure. 90 average for Eddie Lovely, and Darren Johnson's average rising to 81 as we expected. Back in the red bit is Lovely in leg 7.
140.
Almost back-to-back maximums, but a 140 away will please him. 7 140s in his quarter-final match against Dave Ladley. And there were timely 140s in them last 2 legs as he retrieved a 5-4 deficit to win 6-5, but it was the 140s that were crucial, I feel, towards the back end of that match, and he's using them wisely in this one.
One, two, one.
And again, a 2 treble visit there, in firm command, on his own throw, as it's been throughout for both players. And Darren Johnson will just keep tabs on him at this stage because he's got the experience to pounce when the time is right, and Eddie Lovely will just go about his own work. A real class act.
$100.
Professional ton there. He's down to a finish first after 9 darts. And a 140 will leave the big fish here, or even better, if he can land a maximum.
118.
3 maximum so far from Darren Johnson. But he's under caution against the darts. He could do with a 180 against the throw to strike. But it's 140 from Eddie Lovely. It looks to set up a ton here to leave tops. And a lovely marker to do that. To slide over the top of that.
60.
So 60, 80 remaining when he comes back. Darren Johnson will look to make inroads here with a big score.
$134.
Great darts from DJ there to leave 58. And Eddie Lovely to hold his throw and lead again 4-3. Treble 20, double 10. Single for the double.
60.
An opportunity now for Darren Johnson for the first break of the match and a 4-3 advantage. He wants tops to do just that.
18.
And he's missed them 2 opportunities, and Eddie Lovely's back for double 10 to hold his throw. He'd be relieved to see them 2 darts go above the double 20. 2 5s, a tricky one. No marker at all, that second dart.
10.
And why is the third? So Darren Johnson for the first breaker throw and a lead for the first time in the match. Double top. 1 dart in hand.
Give me 3.
And that looks good to me. It is good. And he leads for the first time. Eddie Lovely there. Not so steady Eddie on his doubles. But I'm sure, like he was in his last match, he responded well when he was behind. We've got a game on our hands, everybody. Hope you're all enjoying this one.
56. $96.
And a save in treble 19 there to give himself a slight advantage early in leg number 8. DJ looking to continue his dominance
58.
on his own throw, but he's gone without a treble on his opening 2 visits to the board, and he's opened the door for Eddie Lovely.
$85.
Yeah, opening treble, and disappointed with his second and third dart there. But he holds a slender advantage still. But how will Johnson reply?
140.
He replies very well. 140 to leave, 2-4-7. And Eddie Lovely again needs 2 trebles here if he's going to hold an advantage at the business end of leg 8. Gets the first one. Second one drifts just below. What angle has he got?
100.
A ton here, but it's advantage Johnson here. He might be 27 points behind, but he's at the board now as he looks to set up a nice 3-dart checkout.
60.
So It's to and fro, and who holds the advantage here? And Eddie Lovely on 220. They'll be looking to make inroads of a ton plus scoreline here.
$60.
Both players struggling to find the red bit. The importance of 5-3 or 4-all is there to see, and it's rubbing off on the players.
95.
Gets a treble, so he's down to 92, but Eddie Lovely will be hoping he's got 6 darts here if Johnson can't take out 92. But can he take out the 160? He gets the first treble. This would be a beautifully timed 3-figure checkout. Just below with his second dart.
128.
And a lovely treble 16 to leave 32. Will he get a shot at it though? Because 92 going. Will DJ, he goes the aggressive route. He wants 2 16s for 5-3.
Game in 2.
Lands it in 2 darts. Perfectly done. And Darren Johnson turning the screw now. He broke and then he holds on 92. And despite being 7 pops down on the averages, he holds the advantage in the business end of this match. How will Eddie Lovely reply?
140.
The 140 away. And I think apart from the opening stages of the Ladley match, he's never been more than 2 legs behind in a match. So DJ holds the advantage, but Lovely won't give this one
60.
up.
$140.
Back-to-back 140s for Eddie Lovely. And with DJ coming up dry on the trebles in the first visit, Eddie
56.
Lovely's in firm control and he misses out on the trebles once again. So plenty time on his side here for 5-4.
$140.
No messing about though. He wants an 11 dart leg here. And crack on with the next leg, which will be the 10th leg, and it'll be Johnson's throw next. DJ to go
140.
one away in the next leg if he holds his darts. Or we could have a level game, folks, at 5-all. 81 going here for an 11 dart leg. So probably go the treble 10 route here. He does. He wants 2 16s.
In 3.
12 darts will do, and it's 5-4. Great leg of darts there for the man from Gainsborough. 92 average and trailing. Such is the standard here on North East Darts TV. Darren Johnson holds all the aces with the throw here.
58.
But again, away with a trebleless visit, so Eddie Lovely has an opportunity here if he puts in a big one.
$100.
We're certainly seeing gears here from Eddie Lovely, really making a match of this.
134.
Great cover shooting there from DG on the treble 19s. And a big shout out there to Yogi, who is also an unbelievable treble 19 shooter. Hope you're enjoying the action, Yogi, back home.
$99.
So Darren Johnson here, 309 plays 302, but he's at the board here, straight into the 1, so he'll be looking to accelerate with his next 2 darts. And he hasn't done it, so again the door is ajar for Eddie Lovely. Will he go the 18 route to start things off here? He does, and he lands the treble 18. Gets 2 in. This is fantastic stuff from Lovely.
128. 57.
So DJ switching off slightly here with the throw. And remember, if it goes 5-all here, it'll be Eddie Lovely's darts in the 11th leg and 13th leg if it goes the distance. Treble 18 to leave tops.
98.
But from here, you think that will do. He's in control here, but how much pressure will be applied to the 76? DJ needs a biggie.
100.
100 to leave 116, but first attempt goes to Eddie Lovely to level things. Really find his treble 20 boots here at the right time. But it looks like he's drifted in the treble 1 there. Treble 19. 54 required.
36.
And tidies up with tops. So for 6-4 here, Darren Johnson, and go one away. Looks good. 16 tops. Wants double top for 6-4. Big dart.
96.
And he's unfortunately missed it. So Eddie Lovely for a level game. 40 going. Can he take it out? He's got to be ruthless from this way on.
Into.
And a fine marker with the first dart. Makes no mistake with the second. We've got a level game. It's Eddie Lovely darts. Blah, blah, blah. The excitement is getting to me. 5-all, 92 average, plays 82. Forget about that from DJ. It's all about getting over the winning line from here.
125.
And Eddie Lovely will be happy with that from there.
45.
It's a best of 3. It's as tight as all of our quarterfinals were. And people might say, yes, Leonard Gates won 6-1, but Darren Armstrong presented himself very well there. Unfortunate with a couple of checkouts. We've had some
82.
cracking matches tonight, and this one's up there with the rest of them. Quality semi-final.
60.
294 for Eddie Lovely, who seems to have stemmed the tide of Darren Johnson, and he's the man with the momentum in this 11th leg. From 5-3 down, is in control in the 11th leg for a lead for the
100.
first time in a while. 194 required. DJ needs to get his skates on.
58.
Our second seed is going packing like our first seed did. Two trebles look good from here.
162.
Beautiful darts from Eddie Lovely to leave 32, 162. Darren Johnson way back.
83.
The tide is turning in Eddie Lovely's favour to go one away. Only on throw, by the way, so Darren Johnson could level things up at 6-5. At 6-all, sorry. It's been a very good section of the bed for Eddie Lovely. There's 16s and 8s.
24.
Not on this occasion. And DJ will be wishing he kept closer eye on this one, because he's back on 255.
100.
155 if he gets a chance. It's a long shot, but Eddie Lovely 2 4s for 6-5.
Into.
Double 2 secured at the second attempt after double 4 was inside, and a 91.77 average. He leads again 6-5. He's one away. He's on the hill. Darren Johnson needs to reply. It's win or go home for him now. In a leg he must win. We mentioned it so many times about the importance of winning the ball, even in this longer format.
58.
But is Lovely going to get the job done without it going the decider? He's playing well enough to do so.
60.
Only 60. Is he feeling the nerves? Winning line-itis, perhaps? I wouldn't have thought so with a man of his experience.
40.
And DJ really struggling to find his scoring boots. And Eddie Lovely 40 behind, but at the board. A look to turn the knife here. And he's doing just that.
180.
A 180. Superbly timed. And a second of the match for Eddie Lovely. He got 2 in his quarterfinals. Will that be the
90.
lucky number in getting over the winning line here as well? Trebles for sure, doubles for door. He's been clinical on both. But with Yorkshire grit, Darren Johnson won't give this up for sure.
125.
Very good darts there. 136 after 9 darts as he looks to close out the match for Eddie Lovely.
28.
And it's really going to arrive for Darren Johnson here. He'll be disappointed with this. And Lovely for a 12 dart leg. A 136 to close out the match. It goes above with the first dart. Looking to just set things up with a professional ton.
$100.
And he's listening to me. He's done exactly that. Ran out of steam as Darren Johnson, unfortunately. We'll look forward to seeing him again in the future if he doesn't get the win here. But 36 for the match for Eddie Lovely. A very classy performance.
No score.
And it gives Johnson a squeak at 145. And this will really turn things on its head if he's able to hold his throw here. Unable to do so. So Lovely will be back for 36. How much pressure will he be under? Treble 15, I think, to leave tops.
83.
So 36 for 7-5. And our first man into the into the final.
Into.
An area of the board that he hasn't ventured too
Cheers,
often.
guys.
But
Well,
proves
mate.
clinical. A 7-5
Cheers,
victory
mate.
is our first man in
You
the
get
final.
in there. Not
Of
like
the
you can.
lockdown qualifier. £1,000 pot. He's in the final.
Cheers.
7-5 over Darren Johnson. A
Cheers, guys.
91.47 average. Who will join him? We've got less than 10 minutes to wait for Tommy Lishman against Leonard Gates. Join us. Get the kettle on and be back with us in a few minutes. So welcome back everybody, and after a few deep breaths following our first semi-finals, a 7-5 victory for Eddie Lovely, who outlasted Darren Johnson with a 91.47 average. 7-5, he's into our final, he's the first man there. Who will join him? Will it be Tommy Lishman or Leonard Gates? Flying the flag for England and the United States, Leonard Gates. We're about to find out. Players are putting their finishing touches on their practice darts. The final, of course, 10:45 or 4:45 if you're Central Time over in Texas. Just about to get underway. Of course, Eddie Lovely outlasted Dave Ladley in that class quarter-final match. And he's done so against Darren Johnson also. Match hardened. Tommy Lishman, the most impressive of our quarter-finalists, with the highest average of 92.52. But Leonard Gates had the most comfortable win of everybody with a 6-1 win over Darren Armstrong. This should be a cracker, folks. 92 and 91 averages from our quarter-final. If they reproduce that, we could be going close to the distance as in our first semi-final between DJ, Darren Johnson and Eddie Lovely. So both players have bowled off. And we're about to get underway for our second semi-final. The Lockdown Qualifier Finals, semi-final number 2, to guarantee 200 quid in by reaching the final. Going for the £400 first place prize. It's Lishman away with his first visit. .58 and 45 away. I knew them scores wouldn't last for long because Lishman is in the green bit with 2 great cover shots there. And Leonard Gates with his first maximum of the match. The first of many, no doubt, in this race to 7. He's on fire, the American. But Lishman also 2 trebles for a second consecutive visit. The opening leg here, and if the standard is anything to go by, we're going to be in for an absolute belter. And here we are caught up now. It's Leonard Gates going for 53. Where are we at here?
134.
Twenty scored.
The opening leg, both players feeling it out.
7.
And as in our first semi-final, early nerves from both players.
27. Check, third dart.
Yeah.
So Leonard Gates off the mark here. A few technical issues going on, but we'll be back up to speed in no time.
55.
American, check it out.
100.
A ton away from Lishman as he looks to respond.
60.
60.
100.
180.
Nice shot.
Cheers, Paul.
$100.
$97.
$140.
So the American with a 140 there. But it's 64 for a level game for Tommy Lishman.
Gave in 3 darts.
And a big
Nice
64 there to level things
Cheers,
up. We're up to speed now for 1-1 the scoreline. High averages 95 and 98.
$134.
And the cross over the boards, and we're going to be up to speed, everybody.
$100.
$133.
Great cover shooting there. Well, Tommy Lishman really finding his cover shots very well.
140.
$96.
2, 3, 4. He's first to a finish with that 96 is Tommy Lishman. Leonard Gates looking to make inroads on 261.
81.
Leonard Gates, we haven't mentioned yet, before he turned his hand to darts, was an unbelievable
58.
baseball player, believe it or not. Played in the minor leagues, so not far off playing in the MLB. A real
96.
natural sportsman. And now his gladiatorial prowess, seeing him achieve greatness at the hockey.
40 scored.
So for a 2-1 advantage now, Leonard Gates needs 84 to hold his throw. 2 12s.
Oh, 60.
And what's been a real nip and tuck match so far. Double top for 2-1 and a breaker throw for the dark horse, the Englishman,
Yeah, checking 2 darts.
who was outstanding in his
shot.
quarterfinals
Cheers, Paul.
and he's proven hot in the semi-finals, maintaining his form that got him here. And Leonard Gates also 95.53, 94.66 for Lishman. We've got a game on our hands, as we expected.
100.
Mentioned about his baseball career. Played as a pitcher, first base, third base,
123.
and a catcher. Very versatile player.
$59.
And congratulations to the Houston Astros, who of course become world champions last fall.
Oh, 121.
Well, first 2 were in, but a rush of adrenaline there with the third dart from Lishman. He's in command in this leg, but how much pressure will he be under?
140.
Great 140 from the American.
$59.
And that trebleless visit gives Leonard Gates an opportunity to motor in leg 4.
140.
Back-to-back 140s to leave 62. Consistent stuff from the American again. And he'll get an opportunity at 62 because Lishman's back on 198, can't check out.
130. No, sorry, check. 95 scored.
Adjusted the scoreline there to leave 103, but 62 going for a level game. Two 16s.
Check. Third dart.
Great darts.
Lovely darts there from Leonard Gates. You can see the form he's in with that finish. Slick stuff. 95 and 96 average. Such is the standard required at the semi-final stage here at the Lockdown
59.
Qualifiers finals.
$180.
Great darts.
Wonderful darts there from the American. Second of the match. I said he was box office coming into this. Hope you're enjoying Leonard Gates on North East Darts TV.
128.
And Tommy Lishman, what can I say about him? Impressive stuff. This is the first look I've had of him, and he certainly is a player that I'll keep an eye on. He's had a busy 3 years on the development tour,
100.
challenge tour, and he's certainly a player that has a bright future in the game with averages and performances that he's producing here on North East Darts TV.
119.
Again, he's treble shooting on 19s. Very good here, but 2-2-1 for a breaker throw if he's able to capitalise here.
100.
1-2-1, first to a finish, but with 195, look to leave an easier check out. A treble to leave a ton.
Oh, dear me. 38. 54.
He's blocking the bed slightly there, so switch to the bull. And 1-2-1 for a stranglehold on the match.
Check. Third dart.
Great darts. Cracking
Great
it.
3-figure check out there from Leonard Gates. A 1-2-1 check out. He loves the treble 17 and the bullseye. Being a soft tip player, found that no problem at all. He's upped his average to over 100. There's 101.46 and 94 is Lishman. Great darts from both players.
60.
And this has an opportunity to fill it up there. Lovely first dart, but unable to use that.
85.
Really opened the bed there. He'd be disappointed with only 85.
$100.
The man from Houston, Texas, Leonard Gates. I'm sure the weather's slightly warmer than what we're experiencing in the
81.
UK right now.
$57.
As Lishman looks to back up his 6-4 win over Martin Thomas in the quarterfinal. And that was a real tough match, a high quality encounter against the informed Martin
93.
Thomas. Came through that one very well. And he's in a match once again against the American Leonard Gates. Cruised through 6-1 in a scoreline perspective.
44.
And is he going to be our second man in the finalist?
Oh, come on.
Huge, as mentioned, in North America on the soft tip scene.
85.
And over in Asia. Big, massive in Japan.
$140.
I'm sure with accuracy like that, he could teach Justin Verlander a thing or two at the mound, who of course plays for the Houston Astros.
$133.
Great setup there from Lishman to leave 24, but Gates for a 4-2 advantage and breathing space in the semi-final. A 2-dart check out once treble 20 double top. He'll go 2 double tops, will he? Or will he slide under the barrel? He does that. Double 10 for 100 check out.
Check. Third dart.
And he does exactly that. Great darts from Leonard Gates. He's 4-2 up. And he's muscling his way. Soldier Gates muscling his way through to the final perhaps. 4-2 up. He's 3 away to join Eddie Lovely, who's scrapped his way through to the final with 2 brilliant performances against Dave Ladley and DJ Darren Johnson.
140.
Big 140s from Leonard Gates here, taking advantage of a trebleless visit from Lishman.
57.
Where both players started off excellent. Gates has been able to improve on that, averaging over a ton. And Lishman gone off the
59.
boil slightly with a relentless scoring of Leonard Gates. But we've seen the class of Lishman. Don't rule him out in this one. There's still
100.
lots of darts left in this match.
41.
Oh, dear me. 58.
We've seen some great Americans over the past few decades. The likes of Larry Butler, the 1994 World Match Play champion. Still chucking excellent darts.
59. God bless it.
Great to see him in the Remote Darts League. Throwing very well. Great to see him back in good health. Having had a difficult 18
98.
month. Larry Butler, one of the greats of the game. Danny Baggish, of course, was the representative, the PDC, and he did very well in winning his first match.
140.
The standard in North America rising. The competitive, the professional tour that they've got now, where it wasn't there a couple of decades ago. It really is a professional operation over in
56.
North America. 62 for 5-2. Two 16s. Or one's two 16s now.
Check. Third dart.
Yeah.
And relentless on this double 16. 5-2. He's 2 away. 95 average, plays 90. Lishman's not playing bad at all, but he's got work to do if he wants to make the final from here.
$100.
The 6 of our 7 matches that we've had live tonight. And if you've missed any of that, please
100.
click later on and enjoy the earlier matches because they're very much worth watching.
Holy crap. 35.
Slightly bemused with that scoreline was Leonard Gates. Very likeable character.
45.
$60.
So the importance of this leg from Gates. And can Lishman get back in this one?
Come on. 60.
Both players dragging each other down slightly in this leg, but we know that that is just temporary because class is permanent.
60.
Was happy to stay up top on that 306 with Tommy Lishman back on 296, but making inroads now.
125.
2 treble 20s. I'll give him an opportunity here to break. If he breaks and holds, it's suddenly 5-4, so he's got to keep his foot on the pedal here.
100.
Leonard Gates first to a double on 146, but Lishman will be looking to leave himself handy on 171.
121.
Leaves himself 50 with 2 very important trebles there. 146 to really break Lishman's heart. 86 going on that last
20.
on that last dart there, which went into the treble 4.
132.
Yeah.
But great recovery on the last one. Tommy Lishman 50 going for 5-3 and an all-important break. Tops for 5-3. Lovely marker.
No, 10 scored.
And scoreboard pressure perhaps telling there. And Leonard Gates on double 7. It's a great height for him because 16 has been working fantastic for him.
Check. Second dart.
And ruthless once again is the American. 6-2, he's 1 away with a 92.3 average. As in our first semi-final, a 92 average. So this is going to be competitive in the final should Leonard Gates get there. Lishman will have to do it all from here because he can't afford to lose another leg. He's got the darts here. It's one leg at a time for him from a psychological mentality.
135.
$100.
And with the pressure off from Lishman, we could see a very good few legs from him. But Leonard Gates, again, relentless. 135 away. And in the cover shooting here on the 19th. 96 score to leave 270.
$44.
And a difficult lie with the first one, had to adjust, went back up tops. So it's advantage Gates against the throw. He's been dominant
60.
throughout. And a leg that'll take him into the lockdown knockout finals to take on Steady Eddie, who's been fantastic as we mentioned tonight.
104.
Brilliant darts there from Lishman, using the bull on the treble 20 to leave 170, the big fish.
$100.
Will it tumble enough here? 110. He'll get an opportunity at it.
44.
Not enough from Lishman, and 110 to secure the match. He's been brilliant, Leonard Gates. He wants 2 16s for a
Check,
110.
third dart.
He checks out.
Yeah, well played, mate.
He wins the match 7-2,
Good
6-1 in
shooting,
his
buddy.
quarters, 7-2
Cheers,
in
pal.
his
Well done, bud.
semi-finals.
All the best in the final.
92.13 average.
Thank you. Thank
Good
you.
luck to Leonard Gates
Glad
in the
to meet
final. As
Yeah,
for
well, see you later,
Eddie
mate.
Lovely,
Ta-ra.
we've got a great final in store at 10:45 p.m. or 4:45 p.m. Central Time for our American viewers. Please join us for that. What a final we've got in prospect. Well done to Tommy Lishman in reaching the semi-finals. But join us at 10:45 for our final. Welcome back, everybody, and what has been a high-octane night at North East Darts TV, our lockdown qualifier. Finals night, we've had 6 matches of the 7, just the final remains. And we've got Eddie Lovely, our first finalist, who battled his way past Dave Ladley 6-5 in the quarterfinals, and he did just that against Darren Johnson 7-5. He's in our final, and he's up against the American Leonard Gates. A slightly more comfortable passage for the American, a 6-1 win over Darren Armstrong in our quarterfinals. Back that up with a 7-2 win in the semi-final against Tommy Lishman. This is going to be an excellent final. We're going to go over to our 2 finalists for a quick chat ahead of the final. And firstly, Eddie. Eddie, good evening and congratulations. It's Carl Redden here. Been commentating on the night and it's been excellent to watch your darts. Firstly, how are you experiencing your North East Darts TV competitions? And how are you coping with the lockdown, mate? Did you catch us there, Eddie?
No, what was the question?
Sorry, mate. It's just congratulations. Firstly, I've really enjoyed your evening of darts. Excellent stuff. How have you found the lockdown period and your experience with North East Darts TV so far?
No, it's good fun. Yeah, I think I've played a knockout previously. Obviously, I saw this advertised and thought, yeah, let's give it a go. You know, there's been some class players, and I was, you know, pleased to get to the last 8, and obviously pleased to get to the final.
Yeah, excellent stuff. And like you say, you've backed that up with 2 terrific performances against 2 close pals of yours in reaching this stage. What do you know about your opponent in the final, Leonard Gates?
I played Leonard early on in the qualifiers. He was lucky to beat me in the semi-finals.
That's what it's all about. Redemption. No, best of luck for you, Eddie, in the final. It's been, like I say, it's been entertaining all night, and like I say, your standards increasing all the time. So best of luck in the final. Wish you all the best.
Cheers,
Leonard,
Carl.
over to you, my friend. Again, over in the United States. Welcome. He's my man. I love it, man. Houston, Texas. Welcome, everybody.
How's it going?
Great stuff. Very relaxed going into our final. And just same again, just how are you finding things with North East TV? You've been with us from the very start, and you seem like you're enjoying your stuff, and that's coming across with you, obviously, the standard of your darts.
Yeah. First of all, I mean, what Northeast Darts and Scott's Darts and everything that's doing, man, this is great. This is the most I've played steel tip darts through the whole time I've been playing darts. You know, I'm mainly soft tip, but steel tip, I love it because the competition is on a different level, and the players, they're great players. They shoot great darts. They've been doing it a while. A lot of veterans, a lot of newcomers, but they really take a good liking to it, and I'm loving it, man. I mean, you know, you can play these darts. I wish we could travel and do it more, but hey, if this is the way we can do it, I'm all about it, man. I'm enjoying myself. When y'all started it, I was like, you know what? Let me get involved and just try to play as much darts as I can, and it's paid off, and I love it, and I hope it continues.
Yeah, and like I say, you've been an absolute welcome addition to North East Darts TV, a breath of fresh air. Everybody at home's enjoying you. We certainly are who's organising this. And your fan base, like you say, in the soft tip over in North America and places like Japan. And I can just say on behalf of everyone at North East Darts TV that you're certainly gathering an army of fans over in the UK and the North East with your performances. So long may that continue, and very best of luck for the final also.
All righty. Thank you so much, man. It's been my pleasure, man.
What's going to happen? Sorry, mate. Finish off, sorry. Yeah,
Okay,
great stuff, Leonard. Great stuff. We're going to have 9 darts from here, gentlemen, and then we're going to have a live bull-off. And it's a best of 15 for the final. It's a race to 8. So, like I say, both playing terrific. Let's enjoy this final, everybody.
All righty. Thank you.
Cheers, Carl.
Cheers, Eddie.
He didn't hear you. Right, fucking get out of here.
live bull-off here.
Sounds great.
To determine our winner of the
Thanks,
lockdown
Darren.
qualifier finals. £400 at stake to the winner. Money, it's not in the equation for these players. They
25.
both love the arrows. It's all about prestige.
Bullseye.
Middle of the
Go for it,
bed
Leonard.
for
Good luck, Leonard.
Gates.
Good luck. Do well.
And it's the American who has the advantage. Very
Game
best of luck, as mentioned, to both players here. Both players in cracking form. Leonard Gates cruising through to the final with a 6-1, 7-2 victories.
60.
And like I say, down in the trenches for Eddie Lovely in a 6-5 and 7-2 performances to get here.
$96.
$60.
Straight up and down, 2 visits from Leonard Gates. Till he 3-8-1. Lovely looking to pounce.
$140.
And his 140s were crucial in both quarterfinals. 7 140s in the first quarterfinal. He got 8 in the second semi-final.
85.
Will it be them kind of scores that take him to the title tonight, or is Leonard Gates our American friend? We saw how chilled out he is in the interview. What a great character, what a breath of fresh air he is to have on board North East Darts TV.
87.
I said he was box office.
$96.
I think he stole that purple hat from Chubby Brown in the interview. Of course, another Northeast legend, in fact. Sure he can throw a dart. He's got the physique for it.
78.
Tidy's up to leave a ton, does Eddie? But Gates, with the throw, is going to have to look to make inroads here.
100.
Both on a ton, but it's lovely with a break of throw opportunity here.
Oh. 78.
Great last start there from Eddie. But will it be Gates who takes the opening leg on throw?
60.
So Eddie Lovely, a tricky double 11 to open matters. Take the lead in this final.
In 1.
Nice shot.
And a confident dart there from Eddie Lovely. Double 11 could have proved tricky, but not to be. First dart, 93 average. A breaker throw early. And he's got the throw in leg 2.
$180.
A maximum win
Oh,
from Leonard
my
Gates.
God.
He's made a mistake, I think, there by throwing first when it was Eddie Lovely's darts. Unless the asterisk proves us wrong.
140.
Did it? My board didn't change over from. It didn't score you.
Try now, Leonard.
This is live darts, of course. And in our final, the early stages,
Oh, okay. All right, not a problem. Sorry.
we'll soon be back with a live
All right, here we
action.
go.
Well, Simon, you need to change it back to me, Leonard.
Okay.
It's on you now. If you just put your score, it's on you now, Eddie, on mine, just to put your score in.
Yeah, it won't on mine.
Sounds good. It looks good.
Yeah, it's on now.
All right. Sorry, guys.
Listen once again. Here we go. So Eddie Lovely away with a 140. That 180 unfortunately cruelly wiped out.
76.
And what bad luck that could prove to be, but it's Eddie Lovely's dart. And he's broken early doors here.
96.
Been Mr. Consistent all night, hasn't he? Leonard Gates on fire, as he has been for the whole
100.
5 weeks of Northeast Darts TV. Great to see him in the final, and hope our viewers in America are enjoying his game as much as what we are in the UK.
One 3-3.
Lovely setup there after 9 darts. Eddie Lovely on 1-3-2 for a holder throw.
180.
And a 180 that didn't count earlier on. It counts now. It's a 1-4-5. Keeps himself in leg number 2, but it's Eddie Lovely for 1-3-2. He'll go the bull route here. Treble 19 for the bull. Unable to secure that, so Leonard Gates on 1-4-5.
104.
Great recovery dart with the last one to leave 28. Gates for 1-4-5. He's took out a few big finishes in his semi-final. Not to be on this occasion.
50.
So to back up that breaker throw with a hold, 2 14s.
In one.
Nice shot.
First start, and Eddie Lovely doubles his advantage in the final. A race to rate, of course. There's still plenty of time for Leonard Gates to get into this one. Leonard Soldier Gates, what a nickname that is.
Uh, 68.
It's a question I'll have to ask him on the next interview if he has any military experience or if it's just his style of throw at the board. We'll get to know all the players at the business end of competitions upcoming on Northeast Darts TV.
57.
As we build the profiles, I remind fans of players that have been off the radar slightly and looking to regain their mojo.
140.
Timely 140 there as he looks to get off the mark in this final. 293.
$100.
Finding the bottom left of the treble 20 is Eddie Lovely with consummate ease. That really opens it up if he can do
57.
that in the first start for a big score. And both our finalists, of course, Eddie Lovely from Gainsborough, Leonard Gates from Houston, Texas.
82.
Good recovery dart there to leave 262. He's on the tail of Leonard Gates as he looks to go 3-0 in front, but Gates with the advantage wants to put a biggie in here. Needs a treble.
100.
Professional ton there from the American. Cool as ice is Leonard Gates. He won't be flustered by the scoreline. He's in terrific form.
One 3-4.
Down to a double also with a 1-3-4 there for Lovely, but first crack at it is Leonard Gates.
87.
Going around the board, but gets a very important treble 20 with his last dart. Eddie Lovely for 3-0. 1-2-8 going. Treble 18. He hits the single. Treble 20 for the bullseye.
56.
So Leonard Gates 49 to get off the mark in this final. 2 16s.
Check. Third dart.
And a double that's certainly been a kind one to both players to get to the final. Proves very valuable once again because he's off the mark as the American. 97.57 average for the man from Gainsborough and 85.5 from the man from Texas. 4,770 miles separate each household. But what a game we've got. What a tournament we've had.
140.
And another 140 from Eddie Lovely.
$135.
Great reply from the American.
$96.
Could this be a 180?
180.
It certainly is. It's well timed as he looks to get back in this match. He's second of the match, 186. He's not on a checkout, but he holds the advantage in leg 4 as he looks to break back. He's trying to turn this final on its head after a great start from Lovely.
133.
Great reply from Eddie Lovely to leave a checkout of 132. For the second time in the match.
100.
132 going for 3-1. Again, treble 19 for the bull. Misses out with his second dart, so Leonard Gates will be back for 86 to level things
104.
up. Can the American continue his progress on double 16 with a treble 18 first dart? He wants the bull.
36. 51.
Eddie Lovely has hit double 11. Can he get double 14 next door for 3-1?
Big 2.
Nice shot.
Superb dart there from Eddie Lovely. Extends his lead to 3-1. And it's the American who looks to hold his throw here to stay in this match. 4-1 down with a break if he loses this throw. And then with Eddie Lovely thrown next, it could be a long way back from 4-5-1. So Leonard Gates needs to step on the gas here.
140.
99.
For all you football fans out there, over in America,
95.
Dallas Cowboys have done some very shrewd work in the draft. And good luck to all you Cowboys fans in the upcoming season if you follow them. And the same, of course, for the Houston Texans.
100.
So Leonard Gates 266. Finding the red bit with his first
137.
dart, and the treble 19 with his last. He's on 129 after 9 darts. This is impressive stuff from the American as he looks to bounce back.
Oh, rubbish. $118.
So 6 darts from me for the American for 3-2 to close the gap.
79. 97.
Leaves 32 handily. Eddie Lovely back on 184. A look to pressurise this. A ton or better.
140.
He's done exactly that to leave 44, but will it be first blood to the American here?
Check. First dart.
Again, very slick on double 16. We've got a game on our hands. This is the final we hope for. 102 average from Eddie Lovely, 95 for Leonard Gates. What a final. What a performance from both players in reaching this stage. And they're living up to their bill in the final.
96.
And for Eddie Lovely, he certainly moved through the gears as the tournament
60.
has progressed. 85 average against Dave Ladley, and then upped his average in the semi-final to 91. And his average is going into orbit in the final as he leads 3-2.
On 3-7.
Superb stuff from Eddie Lovely. How will the American respond?
96.
$180.
Nice shot.
Beautiful leg. 88 after 9 darts there from Eddie Lovely. And this looks like going 4-2 in a matter of moments. To go halfway to victory. 88 going after that magnificent 180. Probably stay at the treble 20s. He does know that Leonard Gates is back on 205. Just set things up.
56.
He showed great poise and experience in doing that in his semi-final. He's done so again here. Board management, it's called.
57.
And 32. To extend his advantage once again.
2-1.
First start. Shell Peas leads 4-2. Kraken final here. Kraken standard 104.46 average, plays 94. This is the standard here on Northeast Darts TV. This is the final. This is the final that we expected.
140.
Really battling hard as the American here with 140s away on his visits to the first visit to the board.
$134.
Great cover shooting.
$60.
Eddie Lovely, Yogi-esque on that treble 19 there with 2 great cover shots.
$100.
$96.
So a 2 treble visit here will give him first pop at a checkout as he looks to extend his lead.
$40.
So Leonard Gates is lovely. He's unable to take advantage of that. 205 going here.
97.
And he's first to a finish on 108. Will he go the Shanghai's on 18s or will he go for the treble 20?
$131.
He's really been granite all night as Eddie Lovely. Fantastic darts to leave 96. Goes the 19s route. A popular route nowadays, of course. On
98.
to leave 32 with a single and a treble on his favourite double 16, which has been, as you say, fruitful all night for both players. 96 going. Unable to execute that, so Leonard Gates, double 5
$61.
to reduce the arrears. He goes 2 double 4, splits it. Could be a block on the dart there. And a difficult angle on that second one.
Single 2.
Not what you need when you're 4-2 down, and can lovely tidy things up for 5-2.
Three.
So pressure on this leg. Massive darts from 5-2 or 4-3. Both players feeling it in leg number 7.
Check. First dart.
Leonard Gates
Come on.
soldiers on.
Thanks.
And he closes the gap to 4-3. Very important dart in the context of this match. 99 average for Eddie Lovely. Fantastic standard from him. 91 from Leonard Gates. He's not doing anything wrong at all. There's only one break in it. Who's going to be victorious tonight in our final?
137.
Away and racing very well again there is Eddie Lovely. Not giving an inch.
$85.
One, 2-5.
Superb stuff again from Eddie Lovely. 239 after 6 darts.
100.
Solid stuff from Gates, but can't make inroads when Eddie Lovely's chucking 2 trebles per visit on throw.
41.
At last, a possible break for the American.
$55.
Unable to take advantage, so Eddie Lovely with time on his side will look to set things up on 198.
One, 3-4.
Again, 2 trebles to leave 64 after 12 darts. This is impressive stuff from the man from Gainsborough.
96.
Not got his counting boots on there because he's left a bogey finish, and Eddie Lovely 64, 6 darts out of from here for 5-3.
M3.
Nice shot.
Great darts from
Cheers.
Lovely. Back with a
Cheers.
2-leg advantage. And we get that from a few Americans because we have checkouts that are available from the soft tip version that are not in the steel tip. And on that occasion, it didn't matter because Lovely tied it up on 64. He leads 5-3 in the final.
41.
Maintained his 99.83 average. It's 100 average. That's taking him towards the title here. He's 3 away. And Gates needs to stay focused here.
140.
This really is exceptional stuff from Eddie Lovely. At 54 years of age.
140.
The youngster at 49, Leonard Gates. Both still chucking terrific darts in their primes.
$100.
He's doing everything right as Eddie Lovely. How will the American respond?
134.
Superb cover shooting there to leave 186 with the throw, remember, as he looks to close the gap once again. Hanging on to the coattails of Eddie Lovely.
100.
So 186 going. He's not on a checkout, but he still holds the advantage in leg number 9. Can he set things up smoothly? He's looking like he can do just that.
130.
Brilliant stuff from the American. And unless Eddie Lovely can take out a 161, he should be first to the winning line in this leg, the American.
On 3-7.
Lovely setup to leave 24, but Gates for 5-4 needs tops. Big dart at double 10 here.
46.
Unable to secure the leg at that visit, and Eddie Lovely pressurised with a brilliant score for 6-3, wants 2 12s.
In 1.
Takes advantage of the missed darts from Leonard Gates, and Eddie Lovely 6-3 up, 101 average, and he's got the throw in leg 10. 2 away from the lockdown qualifier title.
$94.
And many would wonder if he's going to run out of steam slightly after them two really close quarter-final and semi-finals against Dave Ladley
81.
and Darren Johnson, but his standard has rose once again. This is brilliant stuff from Eddie Lovely.
$100.
60.
So with the advantage here, 53 in front plus these, as he looks to go 1 away to the title.
$100.
And that'll do the job right now. A solid ton.
140.
Fighting back as the American there with an impressive 140. But it's lovely. 13 in front plus these. Relax, couple of darts there from Steady Eddie, who's been more than steady in the final.
59.
He's absolutely flying.
$100.
To leave Shanghai, Leonard Gates. If Eddie Lovely can't take out a 148, he's in the form to take this out. Can he do it to go 1 away?
$60.
Only 60. So Shanghai for 6-4. Wants tops.
100.
And that could have been a real momentum swinger if he'd have taken that out. But gives Eddie Lovely a chance to go 1 away. 88 going. Again, a low dart first. And he wants the bull for 7-3.
In 3.
Nice shot.
And Eddie Lovely
Cheers, Leonard.
watering at the pace of a pitcher in the MLB because he's 1 away. The velocity, superb 88 check out there, and 99.22 average is good enough, more than good enough. He's 7-3 in front against Gates, who needs to win out from here. He's got to win 5 legs in a row.
140.
And he's given himself a great opportunity to start that off with a 140.
$58.
$140.
Back-to-back 140s from Gates. He's the type of player that could kickstart a big run of winning legs. But Eddie Lovely showed no signs of stopping.
83.
It's great to see some new faces here on Northeast Darts TV. Congratulations to all of our quarterfinalists
57.
and semi-finalists tonight. Great to see Dave Ladley back on top form. We'll see more of him, I'm sure, as we will do Darren Johnson. Tony Proctor, excellent.
Oh, 95.
Darren Armstrong, good luck in your progression.
$46.
Tommy Lishman, also excellent in reaching the semi-finals, and a great performance from him. And our two finalists, Eddie Lovely, 265, looking to put pressure on the 118 here.
$80.
And Martin Thomas, of course, excellent throughout Northeast Darts TV's 5-week experience. He'll be back, I'm sure.
35.
So, to pressurise the 83, to leave himself a handy 1 or 2 darter, what can Eddie Lovely do here?
$96.
83 to stay in the game for the American Leonard Gates. Treble 17 for his favourite double 16. Wants the bull to stay in this one.
Give it to me. 58.
So Eddie Lovely for the match, for the championship, 89 going. Treble 19 for double 16.
Oh, rubbish. $81.
Lovely last start to leave 8 there. But Leonard Gates to tidy up on 25 to stay in the match. Wants 2 8s.
Check. Second dart.
Stays in the match.
Go ahead.
The classy 25 check out. He's soldiering on all right. He's not out of this one. He'll still feel like he can get back in this one and nick the title on the blind side of Eddie Lovely. But with the darts, throwing first in leg 12, Eddie Lovely back in the red bit.
$140.
Solid darts from Eddie as he looks to end it right here.
59.
And really turn the screw on leg 12. What could take him to the title.
$81.
So Leonard Gates needs a big visit here to remain competitive in this leg.
45.
And only 45, so 397 after 6 starts. Not good enough from here. Eddie Lovely, not the type of player that'll mess about on doubles. He's got way too much experience. Remember, 20 years of county darts with Lincolnshire. A real top pro.
100.
And 100 good enough from here to leave 180.
60.
Again, 3 trebleless visits in a leg. He needed a break if he was to remain in the championship. Eddie Lovely will be looking for a 140 to leave tops from here. Time on his side, however. Looks good with a second.
140.
And the third, as we expect, I expected that, such as the standard that he's set tonight. It's been fantastic to watch Eddie Lovely. Congratulations for
140.
his performance throughout. The same as Leonard Gates, who's been excellent. What a final we've had. What a standard. 40 for the championship. Lovely marker.
Into.
40
Nice
and 2
shot.
takes
Good game.
the lockdown
Good shooting.
qualifier finals.
Cheers, Leonard.
The champion
Cheers.
from Gainsborough, Eddie Lovely, steady Eddie, not so steady with a 98 average.
Nice game. Nice
Real
game.
good stuff from him and the American Leonard Gates.
Look at
Fantastic
that.
stuff. Congratulations on reaching the final. We'll look forward to seeing you again here
you.
at North East Darts TV.
Cheers.
What a final we've had. What a
Cheers.
match. What a night in general. We've had 7 matches live. I hope you've all enjoyed it at home, and we'll see you again real soon.
Cheers, Leonard. Unlucky.